The time being 9:30, I call the public hearing on House Bill 1032 local to order and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Hugh. I hope I said that right. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the honorable members of the committee for making the travel today and coming out to hear me. Excuse me. I'll start off by giving you a little bit of background on this particular bill that I've proposed. I represent Laconia, New Hampshire. And in Laconia, we have a piece of property that is known as the state school property. It's owned by the state, and it has been there for quite some time. It a bunch of years ago, it used to be the state school, which housed folks who needed mental supervision and help. It's since been decommissioned, and it's just been sitting there. So our town, our city, has very diligently tried to get some sort of say in what happens to the disposal of this property. There was a commission developed called the Lakeshore Redevelopment Commission, I do believe, and that was created in 2017. And that was to take folks from all different sides of government and private to try and decide what might be a good idea and how to work with this property. As far as what it might need, it had the ability, I believe, to get grants. There were many studies done to see what needed to be done to the property to be able to convey it. That was all fine, and it also gave Laconia a voice into what might be done with the property. They had at least one person on that commission that was appointed by the citizens of Laconia, the city council, and I think there was one or two others that were from Belknap County. What happened is HB2 came around, and as you know how HB2 went, it's an omnibus bill, and in an omnibus bill, things get put in. And there was a piece that was put in, and I believe you have this in front of you. It has the governor's submission, House version, and final version of the bill. It basically gave the entire authority to dispose of the property to the governor and the executive council. Now, the reason I wrote the bill is because everybody had been working very diligently to try and make an equitable and fair decision as to what to do with the property. When this occurred, that took Laconia's voice right out of the picture. This literally sits within the city. It always has been. It's a fantastic piece of property. It is abutting a state park. It's abutting a sports complex. And the citizens of Laconia are concerned, as well as even Belknap County, that something may go there that just isn't what they want. You know, in theory, you could put anything there. You could put a garbage dump. You could put a high-tech business park. But it should be, at least, since it's in their backyard, they should at least have some sort of voice. The committee of conference came around. We tried to remedy this. It got put back to this language, and that was the end of it. I'm a new legislator. I didn't realize that I had one more chance at trying to make this right. So I'm here today with this. There was no public hearing. There was no input. I would dare say most folks don't understand the process of the committee of conference or any of that. So it just happened, and now Laconia is without say. My bill is very crisp. It's very clean. It just repeals what was done in HB2. And I want to point out one of the things that is very important is this will revert back to what was already in place. And I'd handed this out to I think everybody got a copy, and if not, I have more. This is Title I, the state and its government, and it gives the powers. And it's Section 440, acquisition and disposal of real estate. Section 1, I just want to point out, it says, upon determination that the property is no longer needed by the state, the governor and council shall first offer it to the town, city, or county in which the property is located. This, folks, would give Laconia at least a chance and a say in what goes on in their backyard. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Borges.
Representative Huff, it's to my knowledge that the city of Laconia already had the opportunity to make an offer on that property. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yep.
Any further questions? I would want to clarify. All you are asking for is that we delete what was done in House Bill 2, which did have public hearings in both the House and the Senate, and revert back to the redevelopment commission, or just the normal process for people to sell the property?
It does both on the last part. The redevelopment commission never had the authority to do anything with that. It was just an information gathering, and I believe it had the ability to apply for grants to find out how groundwater was, what the infrastructure of the buildings were on that type of thing. I believe they did get quite a few dollars to have that checked into. As far as the public hearings, yes, those are open to the public, but I feel fervently that that process is not this process. This process, I think, is far more important. You have actual committee hearings where your elected officials here can make this decision, possibly go to the floor, go to the whole thing. The other one, you guys know how that goes. I'm not a big fan of it, and I know that in essence, there's public hearings, but I would just submit that nobody in the public was probably quite aware of it. So I just feel that this would be, a decent shot at that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, you said they've done some investigations as to the groundwater and I'm sure contamination in the buildings and that. Is the city willing to absorb those costs should they be able to buy this property?
That I don't know. I know that there has been talk about what can be done there, what may be done there. As far as what the city is willing to do, they would have to, go through their process and decide. This is just, what I wanted to do was just give them an opportunity. So if, for example, say the powers that be, the council and whatnot, decide that they want to do something, and they have a legitimate buyer or somebody that's interested, they can at least make the same offer to the town. Now, the town may decide that they don't want anything to do with it, and that might be the best thing. But I just wanted to give them that shot.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. Was there any time limit on this for what you envision that if this legislation prevailed, that there would be a time limit for Laconia to make a decision on whether to move forward with it with something that they had in mind or not?
I don't believe that there's a time limit because it's still in the hands of the executive council and the governor as far as being able to execute a purchase and sales. So it really is just they would have an opportunity to at least look at it, and if they thought it was good, they could maybe match it. If they thought it wasn't, again, it's purely about giving the folks there a real opportunity to have a say in this. And thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. The only other pink card that I have is from Mark Doyle, New Hampshire DOS. Welcome.
Better?
We are being live streamed, and so you need to make sure that the red light is showing.
Very good. Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. There are a couple of bills in front of you to talk a little bit to the sale of that property, where most of you know, if you don't, our 911 PSAP is located on that property currently. We want to make sure that we have eyes on what's happening at the legislative level. I do have some comments, but I think as I'm seeing the next bill coming up, we're probably more in tune to having those comments heard then with our partners at Lakes Region Mutual Fire Rate as well. So if it pleases the chairman and the members of the committee, I can withhold those comments until then.
And that would be fine because I know what you're going to want to talk about. And with consent of the committee, we'll hold off the questions for DOS until we hear the next bill. And I do see another card coming forward. And I would like to call forward the Mayor of Laconia, Andrew Hosman.
There it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I hadn't planned on testifying, but I notice a couple of questions have come up in regards to the intentions of the city of Laconia. So for the record, my name is Andrew Hosmer. I'm the mayor of the city of Laconia, and prior to my time being mayor, I served in the Senate and worked on this particular piece of property in the city of Laconia because it's very important to us. It's well over 200 acres that the state used as the Laconia characterized, it was called the Laconia State School. For almost 100 years, it was for the developmentally disabled. It was gifted to the state over 100 years ago and meant for this specific purpose. As time has gone on and we've changed our approach in the state as to how we care for, treat those in the developmentally disabled community, that facility was closed. After being closed, it was then used as a state prison. There's an awful lot of barbed wire and high fencing and lights, and that is still on the property right now. Many of the buildings were renovated to accommodate holding of prisoners. So what we have on this piece of land is some of the most beautiful land really in the state of New Hampshire, and certainly the most beautiful parcel of land in the city of Laconia that is undeveloped at this point. But it's also has a dozen buildings or so that are very old. Some of them are contaminated. Many of them are falling down. It was just abandoned by the state. And so when you drive by this land, you see the blighted and the beautiful. We in the city of Laconia have always looked at this land as something that is part of the fabric of our community. Though we didn't officially own it, we longed for the day that we could have some influence on what was done with the land. First and foremost, clean it, make a determination what level of remediation the land would need because of some toxic substances in the buildings as well as the soil. And then second of all, what would the residents of the city of Laconia like to see on this beautiful 200 acres? The last thing we'd like to see at any point in time is the prime real estate developed along the thoroughfares, Route 106, and the buildings that really need attention just left to continue to crumble upon themselves. Obviously, like the rest of the state of New Hampshire, we have a housing issue. We do not have enough housing for people who live and work, want to live there, but work in the area. So we have worked closely for many years trying to get this property, first of all, cleaned, renovated, some of the buildings demolished. We made an offer on the property. The city did maybe upwards of 12 years ago, which was rejected for all intents and purposes, Mr. Chair. The property was then offered for significantly less than the city offered to the county, and the county was in no position to purchase it at that point. So this has really gone through a lot of twists and turns over the years. What we are fully supportive and have had a tremendous working relationship with the Lakeshore Redevelopment Commission, which has been chaired by George Bald, former commissioner of DRED, Bob Cheney, who is very well experienced in the development of the Pease Authority, and they were instrumental in taking that land at Pease and making it into productive economic redevelopment land. So they are very involved in this. The city had, so when the commission was created, the city had an opportunity to have representation, and we had members appointed. There are, to my recollection, 4 members on this 7-member committee who are from Belknap County. Over the course of the past 4 years, they've done tremendous work at enhancing the value of the property by delineating wetlands, making further determinations about the level of remediation needed. They've also done some great work and been successful in getting grants to say, if we were to develop this land, what do we need for utilities, for water, for infrastructure? So the value, a lot of the variables that an investor would look at when considering purchasing the land, they've removed those variables, which enhances the value of the land. So certainly when this came about in HB2 last year, we were surprised to see that the governor was moving in a rather rapid fashion to sideline the commission and go to sell the property. We worked very hard, City Council and myself, with the commission to say, wait a minute, the commission is doing its job. We're right on track here, and the city is really involved in their work. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way, and HB2 passed. But since that time, what we have been successful in doing is working with the Executive Council and getting a resolution passed. There was a contract that went out to market the property. We asked that the city be included in any contract with a marketing firm, and we were included, thankfully, thanks to Commissioner Kenny and Commissioner Warmington took the lead on this. We really appreciate it, which allows the city to have a good collaborative relationship with the Department of Administrative Services and with any action that may take place there. I have met regularly with the Commissioner of Administrative Services, Charlie Arlinghouse. I just met with him 2 days ago, along with Jared Nyhan, who was taking the lead in marketing the property. Was not our first choice to proceed this way. But in the alternative, we're in a position right now where the resolution has been adopted unanimously by the Executive Council to make sure that Laconia citizens are included. We are in a very good relationship with Administrative Services and how we're being included in a number of important discussions. So I am neutral on this bill, but I wanted to give you a little bit of background. And Representative Thompson, I think you asked about water on the land or maybe pollution on the land. And one thing the city feels very strongly about is that the state, if there is any groundwater issues or any remediation that needs to be done, it's as a result of the actions of the state. And the city is really not in a position to say, well, we're going to come in and clean the land that we believe that the state perhaps polluted to some extent. You know, I just don't think we're in a position to shift that all onto the taxpayers. And we would rather see this move to private hands, put it on the tax rolls, give us some housing stock and inventory, and also preserve some of the beautiful aspects of this property. That's longer than I anticipated speaking, and I thank you for your indulgence.
It's okay, we have lots of time. I fully expected more of the citizens of Laconia to be here to talk about this, but willing to take questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Representative Borders?
Thank you, Mayor Hosmer. As you know, I represent Laconia as well, and it's my understanding that the Executive Council is working very closely with Laconia on the property now. So, are you happy with the way things are going?
Thank you for the question, Representative Borders, and thanks for your leadership on a number of issues in the city, and I appreciate our working relationship that we continue to develop. I am happy. As I said, it's not, and I know the council is happy with it as well. We have 6 members of the city council. It's not the way we anticipated it would go, but thankfully, Commissioner Arlinghouse and his team, as well as our executive council, has been incredibly receptive to our perspective and our concerns in the city. So it's the best of a not a perfect situation. Thank you.
Representative Faulkner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain a little bit about what control if the property were sold to a private enterprise, what continued role the city might play through site plan review, zoning, et cetera? And is that something you feel happy with or comfortable with?
Thank you very much for your question, Representative Faulkner. We do. We think that in order for a developer to be successful there, they have to have established a good working relationship with the city, because you're right. We have zoning and we have planning. Whatever their plans are for any development, we in the city are going to have an opportunity to weigh in on that through our zoning board and our planning department and our planning board as well. So really, you know, it's expensive. It's a costly investment for someone to go in there. I think in order to ensure that they get the most out of their investment, if they're going to develop the land, it would be foolish for them to not work very closely with the city of Laconia and maybe giving us some sense of what they want to do, and we can at least give it an initial blessing, if you will, and saying, you know, this is the type of development we would like to see happen on this this valuable land. So I'm satisfied with our level. We have performance zoning in the city as well, so we've got some flexibility with our zoning ordinances when we look at a project that might be tremendous for our economy, great for our housing stock. We've got flexibility in zoning to make that happen, and we're fortunate that we have that.
Representative McConkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. I have followed this with you in your town since I first came in 2002. So you have zoning in place, you have site plan in place, and if a potential developer were to come along and they were to follow your rules and regulations as printed, what other oversight would your town require? Is there some special, and I'm just asking, is there some special playbook that they need to go above and beyond what your regulations are?
Thank you for your question, Representative McConkey. No, it's not. Performance zoning allowed us to put a flexible zoning plan in place that allowed us to, I believe, to look at each individual project and take a more holistic view and act on it. So I don't think there's anything more than that. Certainly, it's been a focus of the city to encourage entrepreneurs and investors to come to our community and make these types of investments. And it's been a mission of mine to make sure that the process is transparent, but it's also somewhat streamlined, so we don't dissuade people from saying, geez, I don't want to go to that community because you'll be caught in red tape for a decade. That's one of the worst things that we can do in a community that's so desperate to have some economic growth and some more housing stock. So really, that's a focus of myself as well as the whole city council. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Representative Thompson?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for appearing this morning. With respect to my original question about the remediation of, I'm sure there's lead paint and asbestos and whatever you found in the groundwater, My concern is that the state taxpayers end up with a tremendous bill, and I'm wondering if the commission has any estimates yet from anyone as to what those costs might be.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Thompson. I am not familiar with a really dependable estimate that I could share with you. What I can share is years ago, we were fearful that the contamination level was going to be significant. What we have realized through a phase 2 ground soil study and some building studies is that based on the commission's work, it's not nearly as extensive as we had feared, and it probably won't be as costly as we anticipated. I know that's still sort of ambiguous and vague, but there was a sense of relief from the commission once that phase 2 study was completed that we weren't going to be in, there was some concern that we might be completely dependent on brownfield funding from the federal government in order to remediate the property. I think right now that we feel like we're in a much better position, but I can't go too much deeper into that because I haven't read the phase 2 study and I've only listened to the commission on that. I hope that's helpful and answers your question.
It is. Thank you very much.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Mayor, I thank you very much for clarifying where the city falls down on the whole process. I've been here since 2000, and I have heard it all from that time on. And as you know, it's been an ongoing situation. But if you think that the city is in a position to work with DAS and the Executive Council and the governor at this point, it is gratifying to hear, shall I say.
We feel the same way. You know, legislation takes twists and turns, and you just try to make the best of where you're at. And you know, thankfully, we live in a state where we still have good collaborative relationships with and so many departments. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the work and the thoughtful work you're doing on this bill in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further pink cards. Is anybody who has not testified in favor or against House Bill 1032 wish to speak at this time? Is anybody who spoke once wishes to speak again? Seeing none, I close the public hearing on House Bill 1032. For the members of the committee, you all have, and it was sent out by email as well, some research that our committee researcher did on the legislative history of the Lacodius Lakes Region facility, starting back at mid-90s up through the current House Bill 2. I also did up a one-pager that shows what the governor submitted in House Bill 2, what the House passed in House Bill 2, and what was in the final version of House Bill 2 of 2021. That's just for your edification to know what the bouncing ball did through the legislative process. And both of those documents are important for us to consider when we take up the executive session on House Bill 1032, which will not be today. So I thank you all. And as I said to the mayor, I thought there'd be a few more people from the city here to talk about this. So I had scheduled an hour. We have until 10:30 when we take up a second bill on the Lakes Region facility. Thank you very much. Excuse me, 10:15. I read my notes wrong. If you are going to be testifying on House Bill 1548, I would appreciate it if you would fill out a pink card and turn it in. I have 2 so far. I would like to call the public hearing on House Bill 1548, an act relating to the sale of the Lakes Region facility to order, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Fellows. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Representative Sally Fellows from Holderness. My district also includes Plymouth and Hebron. The budget trailer bill that we passed in June included a new RSA that gave the governor and council sole authority to sell the Lakes Region facility in Laconia. It also amended the definition of Lakes Region facility to specifically exclude Ahern Park. And if you look on the backside of the written testimony that I gave you, you can see the whole section that was included in HB2. Due to COVID, this section of HB2 never received a public hearing. Had there been a hearing, I'm certain that the lot that includes the state 911 call center and Lakes Region Mutual Aid, where the lot where those are located would have been excluded also. There are people here today who will explain to you why there are unique characteristics of this lot that make it a valuable asset for the two public safety operations. How relocating them, and also how relocating them would be very costly. So I will just share with you a few administrative facts. The address, 50 through 67 Communication Drive, can be easily excluded because it's included on the Laconia tax maps. It's a 17-acre parcel and includes the building with the call center and the Lakes Region Mutual Aid facility. There's a second building that the state used last year for COVID quarantine, and the parcel also includes part of the access road to Ahern Park. I checked the status of the RFP for a retail agent to handle the sale of that property. Governor and Council tabled that item in October. Since then, it has not appeared on the calendar. I ask that you pass this bill so any sale, whether it's a sale this year or 10 years from now, will not inadvertently exclude these particular properties. So people who are going to testify on the specific use of this property can answer detailed questions about that, but if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you very much. Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, I just want to make sure, here I am. Where is she? Here. Woo-hoo. Did, in the last sentence that you said, I thought I heard you say exclude, and this says include. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you said.
You need to have your,
So either those properties should be excluded, which is the same as not included, so.
thank you. Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I would call one of the other sponsors, Senator Bob Guida. Welcome to the committee, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bob Guida, Senate District 2, representing 27 towns in 3 counties, Grafton, Belknap, and Merrimack. A good number of my towns use the dispatch center up there. And so I'm speaking in support of this bill for a number of reasons. One, we've invested a significant amount of funding in one part of the building. And to just throw that away wouldn't make a lot of fiscal sense. As well, the potential disruption to the safety structure, the infrastructure, with a potential move. I have spoken with both the head of the dispatch center and with Bob Quinn, Commissioner Quinn, about this. They are looking at another piece of property, and the caveat of this is that the concerns I've heard from virtually every single one of the towns representing that are served by this dispatch center is that many of these towns are on a shoestring budget. They cannot abide an increase in the fees and the costs, whether it's a one-time assessment for building a new facility or moving the existing equipment, or whether it's an increase long-term in the usage fees that these towns pay for using that service. And so my caveat would be I totally support the carve-out for this. The exception to that would be if any future move or new building produced not a penny of increased costs to the many small towns and communities, fire and safety folks that I represent. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee? Representative Thompson.
Good morning, Senator Gaida. Is there a downstream to the life of these buildings? Do we know how long those buildings will last in their current configurations?
I can't speak with a great deal of authority, but having spoken with Commissioner Quinn and with the director of the dispatch center, one part of the building that's used by, I believe, 911, one part of the building is like 50 or 60 years old, and it needs significant help. All right, the other part has had upgrades put into it, and so downstream usage would require most likely a significant renovation of the part that's still old. And so that's a possibility. I know that Department of Safety has looked at a piece of property not too far away, but the costs of moving and then moving the equipment that we've put in for the dispatch center in the last few years, and that transition would be quite costly as well. So downstream usage, I have heard from the director of the dispatch center that they would be willing to take the whole building, but it would require a revamp and potential lease out of the other part that is currently going to need renovation, supposedly. Now, again, that's in my conversations. I'm presuming that he's here and will probably be much more capable of testifying to those issues.
Follow-up.
I understand that there's a third building there that was used for COVID relief. I wonder if you have any information on that. Is that still viable for that same purpose?
Yeah, I have no information on that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any further questions from members? Representative McConkey.
Senator, thank you for being here. The first, if I remember correctly, Representative Fellows had mentioned that this is part of a 17-acre parcel, or shown on an old tax card as 17-acre parcel. And I'm not familiar where this is on that property, having driven by. Is there a possibility, if we were to keep one building, two buildings, or three buildings, that those buildings are up closer to the roadway, I'm assuming, so that we wouldn't have to withhold 17 acres for that purpose? And perhaps you're not the right person to ask that question.
Probably not the right. There's a meaning when your mic won't go on. It means shut up.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator. I'd next like to call forward John Goldman, who has verbal testimony for.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to let me speak with you today. My name is John Goldman. I'm the chief of the Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid District. LRMFA is a municipal corporation under New Hampshire RSAs and is recognized as a fire mutual aid district by the state fire marshal. I represent 35 communities and their fire and EMS departments in the Lakes region in central New Hampshire, as well as 110,000 citizens and taxpayers, along with an unimaginable number of visitors, tourists, and summer residents in the state's most heavily recreated region. The Lakes region in central New Hampshire is flooded with tourists and visitors in each of the 4 seasons. Although top quality emergency communications based on national standards and best practices, I knew that was going to happen. And standards and best practices are the major part of what LRMFA does. We also coordinate all of the mutual aid within the district. We offer a field operations division, a training division which delivers high-quality training to firefighters in the district, all over the state and from as far away as Maine and Long Island. We're also one of 3 primary dispatch centers that manage the State Fire Marshal's statewide all-hazard mobilization plan. LRMFA was established in the 50s and began dispatching from the Laconia Fire Station in the 70s. In 1980, LRMFA moved to its operations to the courthouse in Laconia. And then in 2000, they were offered the opportunity to occupy half of a building on the state school property. Since that time, we've occupied our half of the building on the campus. The other half of the building is occupied by the New Hampshire Division of Emergency Communications and houses the Laconia 911 PSAP and other functions of the Department of Safety. When LRMFA occupied the building, we spent over $1 million refurbishing the building and making it our half of the building, making it what it is today. We've maintained our portion of the building throughout, including HVAC, maintenance, and any other needs. Although our side of the building is in reasonable shape, there are maintenance issues which are expected from a 60-year-old building. By being co-located with 911, both agencies have realized tremendous synergies by being next door to each other. For instance, the entire building floats on a battery backup system, which takes over until the generator comes online in times of power loss. DESC built and maintains that system. On the other hand, LRMFA built and maintains a large communications radio tower, which DESC is able to occupy space on, thus saving both agencies from building redundant systems for the same building. There's so many benefits to both agencies being co-located that I could go on and on. When legislation passed allowing the governor and council to dispose of the state school property and the RFP was published, it took us by surprise, and we were nervous as we had never thought about or planned for a relocation. It was never on our radar that this worst-case scenario was a possibility. We began to have conversations with the Department of Safety and our legislators. You can imagine the proposed cost to build a state-of-the-art communication center from the ground up. Aside from losing the synergy and benefits to both agencies that are realized today, if LRMFA were to need to relocate and build a new center, these significant costs would be pushed directly onto our 35 member communities and their taxpayers, and it may very well mark the end of the district. That would create a vacuum, whereas the 29,000 emergency, fire, and medical calls that we currently dispatch each year would need to be pushed on to other dispatch centers. Centers less experienced in the nuances of fire and EMS dispatching, and centers not trained nearly to the level of our professional certified fire and EMS dispatchers. Since the RFP was published, we've had many conversations with the New Hampshire Department of Safety and are exploring opportunities to continue to co-locate with them in a new building. Since August, we've had much discussion with Safety, solidifying our partnership with them, and we look forward to the opportunity to build a state-of-the-art PSAP and emergency communications center from the ground up. This new opportunity for both agencies to build a new building would allow both agencies to continue to be leaders in the state of New Hampshire and to provide our residents and visitors with the best 911 call handling and fire and EMS dispatching possible, while continuing the wonderful relationship that both agencies have enjoyed for 20 years. We look forward to continuing those discussions with DESC and the Department of Safety. In closing, LRMFA has always remained apolitical over the years. And although we do not want to take a position on this bill, our general position on this matter as a whole hasn't changed since day one. And that position has always been and continues to be, we don't want to move, but we recognize we may not have a choice. And if we do not have that choice, the move cannot cost our communities and their taxpayers a dime. We continue to advocate, if we're asked to relocate, that the full cost of relocation must not be borne upon our member communities, and we look forward to the opportunity to continue to work with Safety and DESC to make that a reality. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. One request that I have, I noticed that you were reading your testimony. If you could leave that for the clerk for the file, it makes it much easier on the minutes. That's good. It still beats his handwriting. But one question that I have before I look around to the committee is, you talked that you were in discussions with the other agencies about building a new facility. During these discussions, are you looking at the same location or different location, or that's still up in the air?
I would probably defer most of that to Director Doyle. We have located a piece of property that I think would be beneficial to both agencies. And realistically, you know, as I said, it's a 60-year-old building. Although we don't want to take a position on the bill, a 60-year-old building is certainly, to your point, to the end of, you know, getting close to the end of its life cycle.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So according to this bill that we have before us, they want to take a 17-acre parcel of land. You guys don't need all 17 acres, do you?
the entire parcel that we're currently, so, little history, many years ago, I don't know, 10 years ago or so, maybe a little bit more, the entire parcel was one parcel. At some point, the state presumably carved off the 17 acres that we sit on, which is our building, which 911 co-locates in, as well as that building that's used for the COVID lodging. And I think the intent, we believed at the time, the intent was, now that that's carved off, it's removed from, we don't have anything to worry about, so to speak. But I can't answer whether we would need 17 acres.
Follow up.
Just to follow up, so if we were able to find a designated space that you're actually occupying and where your towers are located and carve that out individually, that would work as well, correct?
I would have to check with my executive committee. I don't have the ability to speak specifically to that right now.
Any Representative Eaton?
Hi, Chief. I'm a director of Southwest Mutual Aid. You made a statement that if anything occurs, not one penny should go onto Lakes Region. If the state builds a new facility, are you or is the association intending to pay part of the cost of that, or are you expecting to get rent-free and moving-free?
So we currently pay rent. We also pay a prorated portion, if you will, of the electric bill. I don't know that anybody would be opposed to reevaluating that lease option, right, and what those ongoing expenses might be. We've had discussions with safety and DESC at this point. We would like to co-locate with them at their new building if that's the direction that they go. And I think that's the best option for everybody. Realistically, if there's a new building, you start all the way over, and you build from the ground up, state of the art. It's really difficult to manage a 60-year-old building and continue to maintain it as a state-of-the-art facility, which it is today for us, when it's a 60-year-old building.
Follow up.
I assume you're aware, Southwest, we purchased the old Keene Fire Department, which is 150 years old, and we have a state-of-the-art facility that handles 5 times the population or communities that you do, and are doing well. We floated a bond to the communities to do that.
From an LRMFA perspective, once we located in that building, we didn't necessarily have on our radar that we were going to move. So we were not and are not prepared for that. To float a bond, that certainly is an option, but the concern for us is it's never been talked about. So if we were to just start doing that now, one of our concerns is if one of our communities were to withdraw, that pushes their costs onto the other communities, and then it continues to domino from there. Southwest has done a fantastic job with that building. That job that they did with that building is basically what we did 20 years ago when we moved into the building. So we would almost have to redo that again at this point.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'd like to call forward Mr. Mark Doyle from Department of Safety.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you this morning regarding HB 1548. We heard a lot from our partners at Lakes Region. Director Goldman and his team have worked very closely with the Department of Safety and my folks to look at what the potential is for potential impacts are going to be and the potential for scalability is when we end up giving the notice that we have to move off that property in the event that it's sold. So a lot of work, as you had heard from Director Goldman, has gone into the planning and potential execution of a move and what that entails. So we've done a lot of homework to this point. A lot still lies ahead. We've looked at it from where we are right now. You've heard a little bit about it being a 60-year-old building and some of the inherent problems that go along with that. Just to give you a frame of reference, in the last 12 to 18 months, we've replaced HVAC systems, boiler systems. Over the last few years, we've replaced the roof on that building. We anticipate that the costs associated with the upkeep and maintenance are going to continue, as would any 60-year-old building. We had not anticipated on moving anytime soon, but for the notice that this is a potential that we were put on alert for back in early summer. Having said that, we are taking a look at the opportunities that exist that do present themselves in the event that we have to move, including a state-of-the-art emergency communications center, a new 911 PSAP. And as the director of New Hampshire 911, it's my responsibility to make sure that only the highest level and quality of service is rendered to the folks who rely on 911 services throughout the state, and for those folks that visit the state. The reason we have the secondary PSAP, and I call it a secondary PSAP only because there are two, it really isn't secondary, it's a primary by virtue of the design that it's built on, is because we have redundancy built into place. The redundancy exists with that 911 center. The redundancy that is in that building, as well as far as the radio communication system for state police, also exists in that center as well. So there are a number of other contingencies that play into our decision and play into the consideration and planning associated with any move. When we talk about a move, we've also talked about where is this going to be, and as you heard Chief Goldman speak to, we've taken a look at some potential properties in and around the area, one of which we thought, because our goal is to co-locate with our partners at Lakes Region, is to make sure that that move is in that Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid District. Interestingly enough, the location that we've actually put eyes on and have had started a discussion with is a state-owned property that's currently leased to the city of Laconia that's about 3/4 of a mile away from where we currently sit. So from a purpose or perspective of making a move and reduction in costs to move equipment, that certainly is an efficiency that we can realize. We also wanted to make sure that our emergency communications system that's currently up and running right now that supports state police and other public safety stakeholders around the state goes with us, and there's not going to be a huge lift cost-wise associated with that as well. Because we're moving just a very short distance away, we still have line of sight with our radio communications towers that handle and provide backhaul for that communication system. The costs associated with that move that we started to explore right now are very, very rudimentary, and we're not holding any credence in other than to give us a frame of reference again as to what that might cost as far as building a new emergency communication center and a new PSAP. With the space studies that we've done for the 911 side of the house as well as for Lakes Region, and it can be anywhere from $7 to $10 million, plus or minus. That doesn't include the costs associated with having to build new systems if that's something that has to be done. Right now, it doesn't look like that it has to be done because many of the systems that we have in place right now, including the Data Operations Center, the 911 call delivery network, and the radio communications system that we have in place for state police that acts as a redundant backup, are fairly new. They would not have to be actually purchased and rebuilt and bought, just moved. Simply speaking, it's not as easy putting all that equipment in the back of a pickup truck and driving it up the street and then unloading it and then plugging it back in. I'm not an IT guy. I know a little about the IT world, so there's going to be a lot of work in the planning and project development as far as not only the construction of the building and whatnot, but also the implementation of putting those systems back in place. We've worked very closely with our Commissioner's Office. We've worked very closely with the folks over at Department of Administrative Services, Charlie Arlinghouse and his team, to talk about what that's going to look like. Our next steps are to actually get money put aside in the 911 side of the house to start construction, design, and architectural scoping of what it looks like to put a new facility on that parcel that we've currently started to look at right now. We want to make sure that, at the very least, from a planning and responsibility perspective, that we have this in our back pocket. But what I want to make sure is that everybody here in the committee is aware of the very close partnership that we've formed with our friends at Lakes Region, that we've had in place before this even started to happen back in the summer, and that we've really solidified over the last 8 to 9 months because of what has been coming down the train tracks insofar as the potential move. We have been made very clear to them, and it's been made very clear to us at the Department of Safety and the Division of Emergency Services, that they are our partners now, and they will be in any further move. To take a look at opportunities that exist now moving forward, I think is a great opportunity to say that we can actually put in place what would be developed, built, and designed as an emergency communications center and 911 public safety answering point that we currently have over at Smoky Bear Boulevard at the IPOC. And that pretty much summarizes exactly what all I wanted to say was this morning. And to reiterate again, Our friends at Lakes Region stand very closely with us in terms of trying to work out the minutia and the details associated with any potential move and what that looks like. And I'm available to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Any questions from members of the committee? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Dow, for your testimony. So it appears in the legislation that came through you folks in a bit of a quandary. What are we going to do if we have to move? And you've started down that road, and it sounds extremely expensive from my seat sitting here. So let's talk about the building you're in. And I share. Is there adequate room for growth in the building you're in? I'm not talking about roof and structure. Is there adequate room to do what it is you need to do there? Which is where I believe you thought you were going to be 2 years ago.
Thank you for your question, Representative McConkey. That's actually a very good question, and I can't recall who the representative was that asked the question of Director Goldman before about the building that's situated on the same parcel there. It's called the Doobie Building. It's vacant right now, but it was used for COVID overflow for folks that needed a place to stay during the COVID response. That building was looked at several years ago by not only our Department of Safety and our division as an expansion point to move over because of the lack of growth in the current building. We're sitting on roughly, I think, about 11,000, 12,000 square footage of space, which includes our public safety answering point, as well as our database, mapping, and IT departments that work in that same building. Lakes Region is a little bit less than that, but we had been looking at other opportunities to expand. We can't go up on that building because of the nature of the design, and it is 60 years old, so whenever you start to try to build onto or adjacent to, you actually try to think about whether this is going to be a cost-effective move or not. One of the things that we did look at was that building across the parking lot, which is the Doobie Building, which doesn't right now present itself as an adequate location because of all the necessary upgrades and improvements that would have to be done, which would include improvements to the infrastructure to make building code compliant for what it is that we wanted to put in there. Right now, we haven't looked at any other opportunities to expand, but the opportunities to expand inside that physical structure right now are limited and almost non-existent.
Follow up if I could.
Follow up.
You'd mentioned making improvements to the HVAC system and so forth. Are those recent, and was someone able to access ARPA funds for that purpose?
Thank you for your question, Representative McConkey, and the answer to that is they were recent insofar as being as recent as over the last month. Our data center air conditioning system failed completely, and we actually had to put in fans to draw air out of there for the time being, until which time we could get a vendor up to work on replacing those systems. And they are fairly expensive, as you can imagine. The other system that we had to have replaced and is being worked on right now is our boiler system, which I believe, I don't want to speak other than my belief right now, is that it's about a 60-year-old system that came with the building that's being plugged along on life support, as many of those systems currently are. But it's being worked on as we speak right now. There are pumps associated with pushing the diesel fuel through the system to allow for the heating to work, and those systems are being replaced.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One easy one for you. The street address of your building, so I can see it online here.
Certainly, and thank you for that. Our actual address for the PSAP is 50 Communications Drive.
Thank you, sir.
I do have one question following on what Representative McConkey just alluded to, the ARPA funds and now the new infrastructure funds that are available. Has the department held any discussions with the fiscal committee, the governor, or anybody about, can any of those funds be used for this building move if it's necessary?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. I can't answer that directly. I know it's been discussed at my level with the commissioner. I'm not aware whether the commissioner has had any more into the weeds or detailed discussion about potential ARPA funding for any move.
If you could look into that a little bit more and provide some information to the committee on the availability of the funds so that when we discuss this and whether or not we go along with it, at least we have some background of, if it's going to cost you $10 million, could the $10 million be out there somewhere?
Understood, and I can certainly do that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Thompson?
I'm a money guy. It's all about the money. It always is. What do you anticipate, and you must have in your meetings anticipated the costs of building a building and relocating all this? What does that boil down to? And I don't need it in specific terms, but are we talking 10 million, 25 million?
Right now, thank you for your question, Representative Thompson, but right now, some of the initial numbers that we've obtained, and again, it's 40,000-foot level, are anywhere between $7 and $10 million for a facility of the size that we've already put some study into, as well as for the move of any equipment that we currently have in place, not building of new systems.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much, and I would appreciate that information about and the availability of funds, whether or not you get them, but whether you can even apply for them.
Thank you, and I'll make sure I forward that to the committee, Mr. Chair.
There being no further pink cards up here, has anybody who has not testified on House Bill 1548 wish to speak at this time? Is anybody who has spoken once wish to speak again? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1548. Our next hearing is at 11 a.m. It is House Bill 1432, and I do not expect a whole lot of people, but take a deep breath, get a cup of coffee. I think that there will be quite a few people in here to talk about that bill. Thank you. I would ask that anybody that is here to testify on House Bill 1432, please fill out a pink card so that we can organize how people are going to be speaking. Thank you. Once again, a reminder for anybody who is planning on testifying in favor or against House Bill 1432, I do need a pink card. Without a pink card, you will not get called to the witness stand. Thank you very much. The time being 11 a.m., I would call the public hearing on House Bill 1432, an act prohibiting the use of state funds for new passenger rail projects, to order and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Ankernberg, and I probably messed up that. If I did, correct me. My apologies.
If it's red, it's on. There we go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I'm here to present, for the record, I'm Aidan Ankerberg. I represent Stratford District 10, the lovely city of Rochester. I'm here to present House Bill 1432. This is a very simple bill. It prevents state funding from being used to subsidize new commuter rail projects. The intent of the bill is to protect New Hampshire taxpayers from this financial boondoggle. This bill specifically prohibits state funding from being used to plan, construct, operate, or manage a new commuter rail project. Of course, this deals primarily with the Capital Corridor Rail project. In 2014, the Department of Transportation presented the last financial plan for this project. Of course, we are approaching a new phase of this where the financial plan for this current iteration of it will be introduced sometime later this year, early next year. So back in 2014, they estimated that New Hampshire taxpayers would be on the hook for $10.8 million annually, and that was in 2012 dollars, with $246.5 million in additional capital costs for the infrastructure. Fast forward to today, the department cannot give concrete figures of the total expenditure costs or annual operating expenses. Estimates say that adjusted for inflation alone, the current projections leave us at a conservative figure of $292.7 million in capital expenditures and $12.8 million in annual operating expenses. I have a chart. I have a pie chart over there that shows in 2016, in terms of federal projects that were presented for funding, that the overwhelming number of those projects were proposed to be funded through sales taxes, both local, state, and additional taxing mechanisms. So with the costs rising on this project, and inflation at 40-year historic highs, projected ridership also to be lower given the pandemic and other factors. There really is, in my opinion, no need for this, and the Capital Corridor project seems to be a solution in desperate need of a problem. So that would conclude my testimony.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. For everybody who is here, once again, if you were planning on speaking, I do need a pink card. They're back there. You can fill it out and pass it up. For everybody who is watching live streamed and have sent in emails, remote testimony, and the rest, all of that will be incorporated into the public record. I am not going to read all of them. There are multiple, but rest assured we have got them and we have been reading them, both pro and con. So I thank everybody on the public who has done that. And with that, I will go to one of the other sponsors, Representative Leon. Welcome to the committee.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, and thank you for that. My name is Erica Leon. I represent Rockingham 6, which is dairy. I am a sponsor on this because I have a degree in economics. I used to be a BART commuter into San Francisco when I worked on the trading floor, and then I used to be a bus commuter into Boston. I used to take the bus down, and I'd only do it when it was the local, because they were able to drop me off in my office, which saved me a 15-minute walk. Otherwise, it made more sense for me to drive in. I also got to enjoy the double taxation when I drove in, walking past the Tea Party site, enjoying paying income tax to Massachusetts and paying my property taxes here in New Hampshire. While this may be a benefit for some of our commuters, we have an issue of a lot of our businesses moving out of downtown Boston and out of other concentrated areas to build their own campuses throughout Massachusetts. So it's a lot more diffuse. It's a lot harder to deliver the employees to their workplaces. And then if we end up funding this through increased property taxes, sales taxes, or another increase, we're going to lose the advantage for these people who find their home here in New Hampshire, yet continue to work in Massachusetts. If they're taxed on their income in Massachusetts, and then they have an additional tax burden here in New Hampshire, they will be less likely to live here, and they'll be more likely to move into back to Massachusetts or down there in order to improve their overall taxation. While I appreciate the idea of having a train to deliver you in comfort and peace to work, which I actually could do on BART, surprisingly enough, it's something where, as it increases, if we have it, it might actually end up being a solution that has even fewer riders when they look at their pocketbook and see what happens with the taxes. I'd love to have this if the money grew on trees, but I don't think that it is a prudent use of our taxpayers' resources, and I don't see a clear path to providing it without creating more economic harm for our citizens that are already highly stressed financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Michael O'Brien, in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce myself. I'm Representative Michael O'Brien. I represent District 26, which is the Ward 9, the city of Nashua. I also am Vice President of Nashua's Board of Aldermen. I give you greetings from the Mayor of Nashua, and I speak on his behalf of support, against this particular bill and support of commuter rail. We often hear in these hollow chambers, it should not be the objective of one legislative body to handcuff future legislative bodies. And if we take that basic premise, that is exactly what this bill does. It removes from the table any future discussion on commuter rail. I recommend on that alone that you ITL this bill. Now, if you were an investor and you saw that the state of New Hampshire didn't like your particular business, would you invest in New Hampshire? Now, one party over the other party, some say better for business. Let's all act together for what is good for business. Now, let's look at the city of Nashua. Nashua's history is the gate city, Manchester, the Queen City. But how did Nashua become the gate city? Because we were the gateway via the railroad. We were the ones that opened up the door to New Hampshire. We still do. Yet Nashua bears great burdens from the state. Do you know how much per capita the lottery relies on the city of Nashua and Manchester, the largest cities? Many towns that perhaps where you come from do not have Keno. Yet Nashua sells Keno and supplies heavily to the education within Nashua. Nashua is ready to develop. You better add a couple more seats over across the way there, because going by the last census, Nashua's population has increased. And the people of Nashua want the commuter rail. Who are we, as a legislative body, want to say that somebody cannot earn Boston wages yet live in New Hampshire? If we vote for this particular bill, in essence, that's what we're saying. People will take away the opportunity for people to go down within the Boston market and earn the Boston wage and bring the money back into New Hampshire. Makes good economic sense to me. And I'm not an economist. I'm a firefighter, or was a firefighter, but it makes good economic sense to me. Now you say that subsidies. People, you got to hear that. Well, that's a kind of a weak argument. We subsidize every form of transportation in this state except for commuter rail. We subsidize the Manchester Airport, Nashua Airport. We subsidize buses. I've had the good fortune in the past working with one of the representatives on this board up in his community of buses for that particular town, and it comes with some subsidies from the state. If we in Nashua, and I just want to say too, in Nashua, this is not a Johnny-come-lately decision. I am on the mayor's task force for commuter rail. I've been on it for 8 years. We've been working hard on this. Those of you who know me also know that I was former acting chair and vice chair for years in the transportation department next door. We have worked hard on this particular issue. But if I ever saw anybody coming up with the final nail of the coffin, this is the bill that could do it. Now, I heard some numbers. Those aren't raw card numbers, because I'm on those committees. Do you think I would have seen them? Nobody really knows where this is going to really end up. But it's a concept that still needs to be vetted and to discussed. And to put it to bed now will never allow that's the state and the people of my community to get to see. Now, the commuter rail, is there a need for it? You're in the position of highways. As you know, in Massachusetts, basically in Nashua, Route 3's topped off. If I came out and told you right now, let's widen it and put another lane in, we can't. Eminent domain. You'll be encroaching on private property. We're there. Now, over across the back board, in the past, we heard other ideas of flying cars. I supported that technology by Representative Smith. But here's the problem. What do you do with a flying car when you get to Boston? Do you have to stack them? And that's what commuter rail will eliminate. It's always been the answer. Mass transportation is the answer. It will allow the people to go down and work within the Boston market. Now, how does that affect the people up in remote New Hampshire who probably won't see their commuter rail? It sure does, because the state of New Hampshire sets the tax rate for the city of Nashua. And if this is a success, to which I firmly believe, and hope you share my enthusiasm that it is, that tax rate will be assessed to the city and come back in tax dollars to this state. Nashua just is looking for the opportunity to do its job by a careful form of government of trying to make it grow and be a total supplier or supporter for some of the funding in the state. We have a lot of things in Nashua. We have workforce housing. We have veterans homes for people who cannot have difficulties transitioning. A lot of things that have come from other communities end up in the city. Nashua has broad shoulders and we can handle it. But we need something economically to continue to make us grow. Not to be depending upon the state, but to be a leader economically. This is a pro-business bill. And if you look, and if people did their homework, in the town of Hudson, they're opening the Amazon distribution center. Would they not like to have Amazon? If you have commuter rail, you have freight. Would Amazon like to have freight? Good question. This would kill it. So I really would ask nicely to put your thinking caps on. Forget any partisan politics or anything else, but look at the facts. That this is something that needs to be further discussed and vetted to come back and looking at the future that's what we're supposed to be doing as elected representatives. And look at the future, what commuter rail can do. And as far, again, with the subsidies, we subsidize the roads, we pave them, we scrape them, the snow, salt them. This is no different. No different at all. And as a matter of fact, with COVID, the MBTA has seen a 54% increase in ridership back from COVID. So this is something that's got to go in the future. People of this state want a transportation alternative. Please allow them to have that moment. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I would call forward Representative Bohm in support of the bill. And those coming up to testify, please try not to repeat what's already been said and present us with new facts if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, all members of Public Works. I am Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 20, town of Litchfield. In the early 90s, I was on Judd Gregg's Railway Commission. We studied bringing commuter rail to Nashua. We had many meetings and included representatives from the MBTA. After a year discussing and looking at the issues, it was determined that commuter rail was not feasible, and even more so now. It was determined that the tracks from Lowell up would have to be completely replaced and include turnoff tracks. The existing track is 15-mile-an-hour freight. That's track speed, not train speed. And worse now, there is less train traffic and is not suitable for a fast. And as was mentioned earlier about freight is coming up now. It can be. So, of course, the initial cost of the trains, the upkeep of them, or is that coming from my other pocket, the one that pays federal taxes? The MBTA is paid for by the Massachusetts state sales tax and property tax from most of the towns east of 495. Towns are assessed even though no rail maybe even go through the town. This is to pay the subsidy as needed as passengers of rail do not pay the cost. And we've heard that the MBTA is still having financial problems. Also in the 90s, there was a commuter rail from Merrimack to Lowell was tried. It only lasted about a year, as was very little usage. The argument that all transportation is subsidized only goes so far. Yes, our property taxes we pay for road plowing, improvements, etc., but that we can control by our vote. There will be no way to say no to a state-imposed subsidy tax. We all use the roads. A very small amount will use the rail. And why should I pay to make it cheaper for someone to go to Massachusetts? And why should we make it easy for New Hampshire residents to work in Massachusetts? And in a pandemic, what better way to transmit it than on a train? Instead of spending money on trains, the money should be spent on New Hampshire, making it more cost-effective for businesses to move to New Hampshire so that workers don't have to commute. 30 years ago, there was a push for the Circumferential Highway, which was supposed to alleviate traffic in Nashua. Highway was planned to go through Hudson and then cross back over to the Litchfield-Hudson line. One of the main reasons for the highway was the train traffic in Nashua, which stopped traffic for long periods of time between Hudson and Nashua and back. The train traffic is nil now, had very little freight, and most of that was coal trains. The circumferential is no longer needed, traffic is lower, and trains are less frequent. Same thing will happen if rail is started. With a lot of remote work, there will be less need for the people working remotely. There will be less need for a train. And even now, road traffic is lower and will continue to decrease. And if Nashua and Manchester want it, they can do it. We don't have to pay for everybody's things they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Next, I'd like to call forward Representative Love in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative David Love. I represent Rockingham 6, which is Derry. And I'd ask you to turn around and take a look at that map behind you and draw an inch-and-a-half circle around Manchester and Nashua, because those are the people that are going to be greatly benefited by the rail service. The rest of the state won't. I drive a limo, and from the Derry area, I make Logan Airport in 45 to 50 minutes. And if I went from Derry to Manchester, waited to get on a train, we're talking more time than that, plus more money. Okay, it isn't fair to burden the rest of the state with projects for Manchester and Nashua. It's very unfair. And I'd ask you to vote this OTP. Just on that basis alone. If a business can't stand on its own without subsidies, it shouldn't be in business. We've got to stop doing this. The tax rates, people are always complaining about the tax rates, how much they pay in property taxes. We'll be adding more taxes. God only knows what they'll tax next, and we can't afford it. And then once again, it just isn't right to ask the people of Rochester or Rumney or Hanover to be subsidizing this. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Greg Moore, representing Americans for Prosperity, in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify here today in favor of House Bill 1432. I actually had a chance to talk to my old boss, former Speaker O'Brien, who is now a Nashua resident, who said to me, we should have thought about this 10 years ago. So first of all, I'd like to thank the sponsor for doing something that we probably should have done 10 years ago. House Bill 1432 is important in the sense that it says that the state will not subsidize any new commuter rail service. It does not say that new commuter rail service cannot happen. It does not say that other sources of funding can't be used to fund commuter rail. If the city of Nashua thinks it's a great idea, the city of Nashua is not blocked by this legislation in terms of bringing commuter rail to Nashua. So I want to make abundantly clear this legislation in no way, shape, or form blocks any new commuter rail services. All it says is that the state citizens shouldn't subsidize it. And it is a benefit that would benefit a very, very small number of New Hampshire residents, whereas a tax, in order to pay for it, would impact all New Hampshire residents. So we think that that this legislation is a good idea. We think that ensuring that the state taxpayers are protected from it. But I think the important question is from a net perspective what this bill does. As an earlier speaker said, one legislature cannot bind the hands of a future legislature. And what this bill would do, should it become law, this legislation would ensure that Department of Transportation and other organizations could not go running wild coming up with a plan for a new commuter rail. It means that they would know that any plan for commuter rail that involved any state subsidies would have to come back through this committee in order to become law. So this means that any plans for future commuter rail project would have to be brought forward to this committee if they're going to use state dollars. So this committee gains more control about any future commuter rail products by passage of House Bill 1432. And I think that's an important thing to consider going forward as well. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. E.J. Powers, representing New Hampshire Businesses for Rail Expansion in opposition to the bill.
Can you hear me now? Thanks. Chairman Graham and members of the committee, my name is E.J. Powers, and I'm with New Hampshire Businesses for Rail Expansion. It's not often when you find an initiative that has the support of 75% of New Hampshire residents. It's rare when that support comes from a majority of residents from every political party, every gender, every age, every education level, every ideology, and in every county of the state. It's even more rare when businesses both large and small, from coffee shops to construction companies and banks to biotech startups, led by the staunchest Republicans and the leftist-leaning liberals, all agree to support a specific project. Well, that initiative is the expansion of passenger rail from Boston to Nashua and Manchester, and those supporters are your neighbors, your friends, your family members, and your constituents. They support this initiative because of the overwhelming economic development benefits that it would provide, which would supercharge New Hampshire's already booming economy and bring 5,600 permanent jobs, 3,400 construction jobs, 1,700 new jobs every year after 2030, 3,600 residential units, and we all know we have a housing shortage here in New Hampshire, 9 million square feet of commercial space, $750 million in real estate investment, and $220 million in reinvested worker earnings added to the economy. Rail expansion has also received wide-ranging bipartisan support. In August 2018, Governor Sununu and the Governor's Advisory Commission on Intermodal Transportation included federal funding for included federal funding for the project development phase in the state's 10-year transportation improvement plan. Rail expansion was even touted in the state's response to the Amazon H2Q proposal. Currently, the project development phase is underway, and that is examining multiple aspects of the proposed Capital Corridor expansion project. This is an in-depth analysis, which is providing solid environmental, engineering, and financial data to give you, our trusted representatives, all the information you need to make an informed decision as to whether or not passenger rail should be expanded with 2 stops in Nashua and a stop in Manchester and at the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. As written, HB 1432 would eliminate all prospects for investing in rail. It would thwart the will of the overwhelming majority of New Hampshire residents and would squander this potential economic development opportunity. It's an unnecessary preemptive bill. Simply, we don't have all the facts right now to make an educated decision. And it presumes the state should invest $0 in an infrastructure project before the data is available to you. So I urge you, on behalf of 75.5% of New Hampshire residents, and 110 plus bipartisan statewide businesses that I represent to reject HB 1432. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Cloutier.
I don't know. Okay, everybody hear me now? All right, question, Mr. Powers. You talked about the business committee's support for rail. And I was wondering if you've talked to your members and speaking to the members of your organization, are they willing to help pony up to help pay for this, especially the capital cost and maybe the operating cost, maybe voluntarily on their own to help get this started and help reduce the tax burden, if there's any, for this project?
Thank you for the question. There's been strong business support dating back to, I think, 2006, when the business community actually ponied up money to help with some early studies to examine the feasibility of rail. One of the important things to think about is that this financial plan that the project development phase is undertaking is examining a number of options of funding. And we recognize we're in the state of New Hampshire. We recognize there are non-starters when it comes to investment options. And public-private partnerships can play a significant role in this project. And there are a number of businesses that stand to benefit. And it's not just through the Manchester and Nashua area. Yes, that is sort of the engine for New Hampshire's economy when it comes to economic development, but I would liken the potential economic development opportunities for this project to the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. You may live in Berlin and never fly out of that airport, but you're still reaping the $1 billion+ in economic activity that's derived from that. And this project offers those same opportunities. However, if we refuse to fund it without having any data before us, we do ourselves and future legislatures and citizens of New Hampshire a disservice.
All right, thank you.
Follow up.
Okay. All right. You said mentioned public-private partnerships. So are you sort of saying in favor of a public-private partnership with maybe the businesses you represent and state government, or even public-private partnerships among all the communities that will be served by the rail line between Manchester and Nashua?
I think all options would be on the table. There's a number of businesses and organizations that stand to benefit, as well as the citizens, and there are no firm plans for the financing at this point, but there is very strong interest in this from the business community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Wendy Hunt, representing the Greater Nashua and Manchester Chambers, in opposition to the bill. And if you could get at least one copy of your written testimony up to the clerks so he could not have to take quite so many notes.
Turning red. There we go. Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Chairman Graham and members of the House Public Works and Highways Committee, my name is Wendy Hunt. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Nashua Chamber of Commerce. I also speak on behalf of my colleague, Mike Skelton, President and CEO of the Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce, who is unable to be here in person to testify today. I'm here today to emphasize our continued support of rail expansion in New Hampshire. Collectively, our organizations represent more than 1,400 businesses across southern New Hampshire that employ tens of thousands of our state's residents and generate millions in economic activity. The Nashua-Manchester corridor also serves as the economic backbone of our entire state. As goes the economic output of our region, so goes the rest of New Hampshire. Therefore, economic growth along the Nashua-Manchester corridor is important to the overall growth of our entire state's economy. The New Hampshire Capital Corridor Rail Project has the potential to have a transformative impact on New Hampshire's economy by positively impacting the Nashua-Manchester corridor. New Hampshire's 2015 Capital Corridor Rail and Transit Story detailed all of this. EJ, just a few minutes ago, gave you all those figures, so they are in my notes. I won't repeat them, but they are significant in what the economic impact would be of rail. This same study also revealed a host of additional economic and societal benefits stemming from rail expansion, including improving access to the entire region, playing a major role in retaining young people, serving as a catalyst for smart development, and creating a multimodal transportation infrastructure for the state. Fast forward to today, and we are anxiously awaiting the results of a 2.5-year study, or also known as a project development phase of railway expansion in New Hampshire, being conducted by AECOM Technical Services Incorporated of Manchester. With a price tag of $5.4 million of taxpayer money, the PDP will not be completed until January 23rd, 1 year from now. Completing this PDP is crucial as it will allow for a complete understanding of the costs and benefits of rail expansion and allow policymakers and the public to have the facts needed to consider this important economic opportunity for New Hampshire. When completed, the study will lay out the engineering, environmental, and financial plan of rail expansion. It is our position that HB 1432 is clearly premature. It seems more appropriate for the legislature to wait until this PDP, this $5.4 million PDP, is completed. Then with all the facts, rail expansion could be openly discussed and debated at that appropriate time. Moreover, as written, HB 1432 will limit the ability of future legislators to provide transportation options to the citizens of New Hampshire. On behalf of the 1,400 businesses and tens of thousands of their employees that we represent, we ask this committee to recommend that HB 1432 be found an expedient to legislate at this time. Now, as Chambers of Commerce, we seek a pro-business agenda. We don't want to waste the taxpayer monies either, and I know that this is what a lot of this is about. Can't we at least get all of the information before we rush to this decision? So I ask that you take that into consideration, that we all want the facts, and to do so this early in the game would really shut out the future potential of rail. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Representative Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Wendy, for your testimony. So all I keep hearing from everybody who's testified so far is Manchester, Nashua, Manchester, Nashua. I represent Laconia. How is the rail going to benefit me and my constituents?
If you think about the business taxes that our companies pay in our region, that's why we are the big economic powerhouse. That spreads throughout the state, those economic things. I know from a chamber standpoint too, because I talked to my colleagues throughout the state, that every region of the state is having a workforce issue. Having the rail would bring a lot of workers into New Hampshire. I know one company right now has to go down and bus employees up from Lowell and I can't remember what the other city is, Lawrence. We need workforce. We are not going to grow as an economy without more workers. And COVID has made that even worse. The other thing I'm hearing in today's testimony is about commuters going south to Boston Regional Airport. And the state also subsidizes the Boston Express. As a taxpayer in New Hampshire, that bothers me. We should be promoting our airport, the Boston-Manchester Regional, and not leaking all of those passengers and dollars south to Logan and Boston. So that railway runs both ways. We want people coming up too.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I have no other pink cards. If anybody who has not testified for or against House Bill 1432 and would like to speak, please fill out a pink card. At this time, I think Representative Cloutier is probably going to ask for a question of DOT.
Well, no, I did on another bill tomorrow. Could you read the?
We will get to that.
I don't know if that's part of the hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Bradley, if you could send up the blue sheet, so just send it up here. And I do have a question of the department, if they would be so kind. They were here. Oh, there they are.
Get it. For the record, William Cass, Assistant Commissioner, and with me is Shelley Winters, who's the Administrator of the Bureau of Rail and Transit.
The real question that I have, and I think a couple of the other members of the committee have, is the specific language in this bill says, including the projects named Nashua Manchester Concord project number 40818 in the 2019-2028 10-year transportation improvement plan. The question that I have is, if this was to pass, are we using any state funds currently to do that project, or the study the study that has been referenced?
No, the project development phase that's being worked on now that was referenced is funded with 100% federal funds. So no state funds are being currently used.
Thank you. Follow up there.
Thank you. So just to clarify, whether this bill passes or not, the project development phase contract that's already been awarded and is in progress wouldn't be affected by this bill.
I don't believe so, not by strict interpretation of the wording. Certainly, it would be our intent, and I believe, hopefully, the legislator's intent that we finish the project development phase and the financial plan so that we have all of the answers to people's questions.
Representative Faulkner.
Don't we have DOT staff that are charging time to the project? Are they, is that not accounted for separately?
DOT staff is not currently charging any time to this project.
Representative Cloutier.
Ask you a question that I asked yesterday. Do you know if this project, assuming, you know, it's eligible, you know, and meets certain criteria, would this project, the capital cost, qualify for any of the money under the bipartisan infrastructure plan that was passed last year?
Yes, it would.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The one caveat, though, that we've been dealing with through the study, most of the federal funds for the capital costs do come with some sort of matching requirement.
Matching, okay. All right, thank you for that clarification, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions of the department? I just wanted to clarify that one issue. Thank you for answering. Representative Cloutier asked about the blue sheet. There are 18 people who had signed up either in support of the bill or against the bill. It was 17 in favor of the bill and 1 opposed to the bill on the blue sheet. As I said at the start of the hearing, there has been a lot of email that has been sent to the committee, some with testimony attached. I know I have read it all. I assume that all of the rest of the committee has as well, and we'll take that into consideration when we get around to our debate at some future day on this bill. And all of those will be incorporated into the official file for House Bill 1432. Having said that, is there anybody who wishes to speak on this bill before I close it? Are you going to speak or are you going to ask questions? Okay, I need a pink card. You need a pink card to sign up. Go ahead, fill it. Go ahead and start and fill it out while you're sitting there. You're doing good. If you could, when I finish talking, make sure that the microphone is on, identify yourself, and you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My name is Jiao Kelly. I'm from Hooksett, New Hampshire, and I'm here to support this bill. My reason is we shouldn't pay more taxes for this business of putting this trail here in New Hampshire. My main concern is that it's increasing easy traffic for criminals and all other sources like homeless people that dump into the city of Manchester and the state of New Hampshire that create more problems for the taxpayers in the long run than the business benefit that is being presented by the people that against this bill. You know, so we need to protect the safety of the community first. And, you know, that's my main concerns here. Besides, I had to foot that bill too. So, against the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I used to help with the Vietnamese community in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. And the thing that I see firsthand in Boston is that these criminals that just get out of prisons or homeless from different states, they just put them all on the train and give them a one-way ticket and dump them in the poor town in Boston like Dorchester. And these poor towns stuck with these criminals walking around their town with needles, and the children that's afraid to go to school, and women like me afraid to walk to the bank and do our businesses. It's scary. They just dump their problems into your town so easily. So I'm scared of that for myself and for the children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There being no other people interested in speaking at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1432 at this time. We will hold the executive session at some future date. I want the committee to carefully look at what has been presented, what we have gotten via electronic means and or mail, and before we have that discussion. That said, our next meeting is at 1:15 with the Department of Transportation to go over the 10-year plan process and what the availability of funds for that plan is. Thank you very much.
guess if you got.
once we get everything passed out, if everybody would take their seats, we could go ahead and get started. We have as long or as little amount of time as we need today. I did ask the commissioner and her staff to come in and talk to us about the 10-year plan process, which a lot of the returning members understand how that process works, but also to talk about money, the color of money, meaning it can only be used for certain things as it becomes available. And given the vast amount of money that was passed in the federal government over the last year and a half or so between American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure plan, how that has been incorporated into our transportation planning before we get into the real discussions next week about the 10-year plan. I have it scheduled for next week, assuming the governor's going to meet his statutory requirement to send us the 10-year plan by the 15th. But Commissioner, I appreciate you coming, and I know that some of it, for those of us who went to some of the Gasset hearings, may sound repetitive, but it is helpful, and it is being recorded, live streamed. The other committee members all have been asked to look at this at some point, but it's a start. And as I told the committee just a minute ago, we have as long or as short as they want to make it as far as questions go with you. I don't know how long you have. Please make sure the mic's on because we are being live streamed.
So we have as much time as you would like to spend with the DOT this afternoon. We are here to hopefully help you understand all the different sources of revenue that fund the 10-year plan. And as you had requested, Chair Graham, we have tried to make sure that we walk you through all of the different modes of transportation. And as we talk about the available funding, we'll also touch on the current condition of the system and the level of service that we're able to provide in the draft 10-year plan. You did reference that by statute, the governor does need to deliver the 10-year plan to the legislature by January 15th, and we are planning to deliver the plan to you tomorrow. It will be submitted on time. So thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to be here today. Let me introduce the DOT team before we jump into the presentation. First of all, we have our Assistant Commissioner, Bill Cass. For both the new members to this committee and also returning members, I'd like you all to meet our new Deputy Commissioner, Andre Briere. And then beside me is Pete Stamnus, who's our Director of Project Development. Pete leads the 10-year plan effort, and he is the one that has presented at the 22 public meetings that we had across the state. So it's only fitting that Pete will be the one to present today, although we wanted to make sure we had all of the commissioners available for questions. And then lastly, representing the department, we have Glenn Davison, who is the project manager for the 10-year plan. He's the one that actually works with the team to create all of the presentation materials and everything that we passed out to you today. So before we jump into the plan, I do just want to touch on what's happened over the last couple of years with respect to transportation. As you can imagine, the COVID-19 pandemic really impacted every aspect of the work that we do. We were very relieved going through the budget process last year. We received a lot of support from the governor and the legislature. And so we'll touch today on the available funding, but really it's thanks to some of the general funds that were added to our budget, as well as emergency relief funds that we received from the federal government, that we've been able to continue with our core services. There were several relief bills that were passed, providing funding to all of the modes of transportation. So our airports benefited from those relief packages, as well as the public transit agencies. And then in the later bills, we did receive some funding to offset losses in our state highway revenues. And so we'll touch very briefly on how some of those funds impact the 10-year plan, And then, of course, most recently, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA, which the administration is also calling the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the bill. So we crisscross. Sometimes we'll call it bill, sometimes we'll call it IIJA from habit, but it is the same piece of legislation, the bill that was passed most recently to fund not only transportation infrastructure, but other types of infrastructure. And we'll run through those numbers this afternoon as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pete, who's going to take you through the presentation. And the materials in front of you are very similar to the materials that we used when we began this process with Gasset. We'll walk you through the overview of the process and then jump into all of the details. So Pete?
Thank you, Commissioner. First, I want to say that for those of you who are participating through the streaming process, this presentation that I'm going to walk through in paper form has been posted to our 10-year plan website. And if you Google NHDOT 10-year plan, the web page will come up, and it's located right at the top of the web page under House Public Works and Highways Committee presentation. So it's available there in PDF, as well as all of the other presentations that we've made and supporting documentation that we have provided over the course of the last few months as we've been traveling around the state giving this presentation through our hearing process. So with that, we'll get started. In the outline, we've covered this pretty much, but we're going to spend a little bit of time on the 10-year plan process itself to refresh everyone about what it is and how it proceeds. Most of the work is going to be on the color of money presentation and the program review. We'll have a couple slides on current state of the infrastructure, and then there'll be a wrap-up slide from there. Hopefully it'll be about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and we'll get started. So on slide 3, there's a graphic there, 10-year plan process. And the 10-year plan, this is the current 10-year plan covering the years 2021 through 2030. And this is our work plan. It was approved in June of 2020. And this guides all the work that we do at DOT. If the project isn't listed here individually or associated with a program in this book, we don't work on it. So it's our work plan, and so it was approved. The 21 through 30 plan was approved last June, and soon thereafter we began the process to update the plan for the next 10-year period, which is 2023 through 32. And that began with the Regional Planning Commission process, which is circled in red there, where they reach out to their constituent communities and solicit for projects, and there's debate internally. They prioritize those projects and make recommendations for adding projects to the 10-year plan to the DOT. DOT takes those, reviews them, makes sure that the scope and budget are aligned, and we provide feedback to the regional planning commissions. And from there, they've, again, prioritized their recommendations from a project standpoint and submit those to us in the spring. In this case, it was the spring of 21. From there, we move into the Gasset phase, the Governor's Advisory Commission on Intermodal Transportation. And that commission is the 5 executive counselors and the DOT commissioner. And through that process, we look to develop strategies to develop a draft of the next update of the 10-year plan. And we develop a draft, and then we bring it around the state and take commentary and testimony at hearings. In this case, we held 21 public hearings across the state. And we had one virtual public hearing to catch those who weren't able to come. We had many of the public hearings that were also had a virtual component. It worked fairly well in most cases, and we gathered lots of commentary, and maybe there'll be an opportunity at a future presentation to share some of that with you. From there, we finished the hearings. We We discuss the commentary that was received overall with Gasset. We make some additional recommendations and modify the plan that we came up with initially. And then from there it goes to the governor. And the governor reviews and updates, and then they'll turn it over to the House and this committee. And this is where we stand right now. Hope to provide that tomorrow. And from there, it's debated, and you make your recommendations and adjustments to the plan, and ultimately it gets signed into law by the governor this summer in June timeframe. So it's a 2-year process, happens every 2 years. A lot of public input, and overall, I think it's a really good process, and I think everybody that's involved in it believes it's a good process. The following 2 slides, 4 and 5, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them because those are basically the specific dates and time periods that we utilized or actually happened from a hearing process standpoint. And so you can that's for your information. And we've got a couple of steps left here, but those give you the specific dates. So moving on to slide 6 and 7, so the color of money presentation and slide deck. Slide 7, what you see there is a table with multicolored headings along the top. This table is the same table that you received a second copy of. Some of you got the larger copies. I thought it would be helpful to have a separate piece because we may want to refer back to this as we go through the slide deck. So that was really the main purpose for giving you the breakout table. This table identifies the investments included, in this case, the draft 23 through 32 plan by funding categories. So each one of the colors across the top is a different category. And each one of these categories has specific rules that go along with them on how you can use the money and where you can use the money. And so this table, if you start at the top, you'll look at the top in the road and bridge mode and other modes. So the other modes include rail, transit, and airport, and that's 17% of the overall $4.6 billion program. The road and bridge mode is 83% of the program. The next category down from that in the blue and the light purple is highway funded and non-highway funded. So you'll see that the highway funded portion overall makes up 69% of the plan, and the balance is in the non-highway funded portion of the plan. Again, each cell in this table identifies the investments included in the draft 10-year plan for a particular funding category and a particular fiscal year. And each one of these is a summation of the book itself.
Just one quick clarification for new members or refresher for the veteran members. Betterment is derived how? All right, never mind, I jumped ahead.
For the new members, Pete described it as highway funded. We really mean that's the dollars that flow through the state highway fund. So all of our federal funds that we receive do go into the state highway fund in addition to state revenues. So that's why we describe that as highway funded, whereas the Turnpike is a separate enterprise, and we keep those funds in their own accounts, which is why we distinguish between highway funded and non-highway funded. But the highway funded really is the federal funds as well as the state funds. Just something for the new members to consider.
So the other point that I want to make here is the federal funding, the FHWA funding on the far left side, makes up 83% of the highway funded portion. It's a significant portion of the pot, and it can't be used for operations or maintenance. This plan is fiscally constrained, $4.6 billion in investment and right around 4.6, little over 4.66 billion in revenue, and that's also captured at the bottom of the table. And so as the next series of slides will review from right to left in this chart the various categories so that you can use your separate sheet here if you wanted to look at those and have that separate as we go through the next series of slides from a program standpoint. So slide 8.
Representative Boyd? Microphone.
How about now? I apologize, folks. Again, just to refresh, I have a different understanding of what a betterment is. Could you, I know there's going to be another slide, but can you just provide just the basic definition for betterment? Okay, I'll just go to slide 18.
Going to my mouth to lick my.
Okay.
So slide 18, the Betterment Program is funded with 3 cents of the state gas tax.
Okay.
So it's approximately $22.5 million per year, as the slide articulates. With most of our state funds, 12% comes off the top. That's what we call block grant aid, and it goes back to cities and towns. And then the remainder of the funds are available to the department to budget for betterment type work. So in this case, it's mostly minor bridge and drainage repairs and some emergency repairs. And the vast majority of the money goes to what we call the district resurfacing program. But we'll explain what we're funding with federal funds, so it'll become clearer how we then prioritize the state funds as we go through the presentation.
Thank you for jumping ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So back to slide 8, airport funding. Total of $382 million programmed in the draft 10-year plan. And again, if you go to the standalone chart and you look at the airport category, you'll see $381.99 million at the bottom, and that's the number that I'm referencing there. And this will be consistent for the next number of slides, just so you can connect the dots. The funding's primarily federal aviation and administration funding. It's grants-based. It also has formula apportionment. And funding is restricted for planning, studies, preservation, modernization, or expansion of eligible airport facilities, and it cannot be transferred to other uses. New Hampshire eligible public use airports, the funding split's typically 90% FAA funds, 5% state funds, and 5% local funds. And there are 14 projects in the draft 10-year plan listed by town and airport name. The next slide just shows you a little bit about the how the airport locations are located around the state. There's also additional, for your information, the bound book that we provided you, the supplement that we had, we made up earlier this summer, has a lot of this information from a mapping standpoint. That's a little bit larger scale, so you can see them. They're very similar to the plans that you have tacked around on the walls around the room. So there's broken up into two different categories: federally eligible airports, or 3 commercial airports located in Portsmouth, Manchester, and Lebanon. And there are 9 publicly owned airports. They're all listed here. There's also 12 general aviation airports that are not eligible for the federal funds. Slide 10, transit funding. It's a total of $378 million programmed in the draft. Funding primarily Federal Transit Administration, and the funding's restricted for transit services, basically capital and operating and planning, and the funding cannot be transferred to other uses. And this also includes the capital corridor project development phase. The map on the right shows you various public transit services, and again, this map is in your supplement that we passed out with the green cover on it. So there are four funding categories on the transit side, and they're listed here on slide 11. 5307, 5310, 5311, and 5339. So the 5307 funds are Urbanized Area Formula Program for urban zone areas, and it's for operating, preventive maintenance, ADA paratransit, administration, capital, and planning. And the bullet below identifies some of the entities that are recipients of those funds. 5310, seniors and individuals with disabilities. It covers accessible vehicles, mobility management, volunteer transportation, purchase of point of service services, and eligible regional coordination councils, RCCs, and local government nonprofit transit providers. 5311, Rural Area Formula Program, includes intercity bus. And 5339, Bus and Bus Facility Program. Again, similar, what's eligible and who is a recipient of those funds. It's also an additional $30 million, $3 million per year transferred from Federal Highway category to FTA for transit. And just a note that there are 4 urban areas, Dover, Rochester, Portsmouth, Nashua, and Boston.
Talking small money, but I noticed in the state auction this year, I think Boston Express buses that were auctioned off got outrageous money. Does that go back into this system, or does it go to the state general fund? Do we know? I know they got, I think, $150,000 for one bus that had 500,000 miles on it, and it was more money than I'd ever seen before for them.
I believe because our capital dollars are used to match the purchase of buses, and that debt service is paid with general funds, that when we sell a bus, the funds go back to the general fund. But we can certainly validate that. We'll
Thank you.
check with Director Herlihy.
Turn your mic on, please.
Slide 12. Just a little more on the public transit side. From a service standpoint, there were 11 local transit providers, 7 intercity bus routes. Passenger rail services are 2. We have 25 park and ride lots, and 197 communities are covered by volunteer driver services. That's a big part of the services here. And just from a status standpoint, we included this in our overall public hearing slide deck. From demand response, so there's limited services for seniors and disabled. Generally, service frequency, we find that it's limited in the urban areas where there is service, so people are looking for more. And route coverage, where there isn't coverage, is not enough. You know, there's limited coverage in rural areas. So those are some of the things that we hear as we go out into the public.
Representative Query.
Thank you, Chairman. Just while we're on this page about park and ride lots and all that kind of stuff, does this include the funding of staffing for those lots and the hours that those lot buildings are open?
So I think you're referring to our welcome centers rather than the park and rides, which don't have buildings or facilities. So we classify them in 2 categories. There's the welcome centers and then there's the park and rides. The welcome centers are actually staffed by the Office of Travel and Tourism as part of Business and Economic Affairs, and the funding for that goes through their budget.
Okay, follow up. Would that include the station at the North Londonderry park and ride lot?
That location, so those are actually transit stations. So that's a 3rd category. So any of the locations where we have bus service and a bus terminal, we actually enter into contracts with a 3rd party to provide those services. And so in the case of the 93 corridor, That is done in partnership with Concord Coach, who also operate the Boston Express bus service on behalf of the state.
One more follow-up. Thank you. And I guess when you enter into those service agreements, do you have set categories for like what they have to meet? My reason for question is, I traveled over the Thanksgiving break and got to the North Londonderry station at 5 p.m. and there was no one there, and it was during a little bit of a cold snap, and many people were waiting outside when there was the comfort of a away from wind room that could have been used had someone been there.
So during the pandemic, with the ridership decreasing significantly across the transit system, we've had to make some decisions around staffing to meet the need. And so certainly, as we're seeing more people using transit again and using the commuter services down to Boston, we are adjusting the hours that the terminals are open and staffed. But we've been constantly evolving as we see the ridership come back.
Okay. Moving on to rail funding in slide 13. Again, it's the last of the other modes in the call-out chart, the rainbow chart. Total of $10.6 million programmed in the draft 10-year plan. There's special railroad funding, approximately $600,000 per year. It primarily comes from lease agreements with private rail operators for use of state-owned rail corridors. And those funds are used for maintenance and construction on state-owned rail lines, and the funds cannot be used for other needs. It's also a railroad revolving loan fund of $1.5 million every 3 years. It's used on a state-bonded program for capital work on Class 3 and cog railroads. The next slide, slide 14, really highlights the active railroads in the state. For the state-owned railroad lines, there are 194 miles included in railroad operating agreements. There are 339 miles of abandoned or inactive rail lines and 365 miles of managed rail trail properties. New Hampshire has 6 railroad operators under agreement to operate services on these state-owned lines. There are 4 freight services and 2 tourist and excursion services. Slide 15, state-owned rail trails. Again, map shows the location of these trails, and they includes about 365 overall miles of managed trails, and 224 miles are managed by DOT, and the balance of those are managed by Natural and Cultural Resources, DNCR. Moving on to slide 16, turnpike system. The graphic at the right identifies the 3 turnpike segments in New Hampshire. You've got the Everett, Blue Star, and Spalding. Overall, the 3 segments include 89 miles of interstate, 172 bridges, and 9 toll facilities. And as the commissioner mentioned before, the turnpike system, it's an enterprise fund. So all revenue collected on the turnpike from tolls must be used on the turnpike system. Overall, turnpike revenue pays for a number of things. The numbers that are quoted here are from fiscal year 2021. Operation and maintenance and enforcement, it's $43 million. Debt service, $39 million. Renewal and rehabilitation work, around $20 million. And capital improvements, which is the balance of the revenue that's collected, is used on capital improvements. It's approximately $14 million. In 2021, there was $103 million transactions with about $113 million in toll revenue collected.
Are we now down to 8 toll facilities? Unfortunate, okay.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Does this shut off on its own? I don't know. I haven't. Oh, all right. Sorry about that. The next slide, slide 17, again looks at the general turnpike programs, some of which both of the listings here on this slide are mentioned in the previous slide. So the Turnpike Renewal and Replacement Program (TRR). In this draft, it's around $15 million per year, and it's used to preserve, maintain, and upgrade the existing turnpike infrastructure. The R&R program is required by bond resolution, and it really covers the work that's necessary to keep the turnpike system at a high level of service. The annual resurfacing program is about $7 million per year, and the balance of that program goes to bridge painting, bridge rehabilitation work, and other associated roadway improvements from a drainage, guardrail, signage, and such. The capital improvements, again, these are funded as at the end of the revenue stream. So from a waterfall standpoint, the last piece that gets funded is capital projects, and this piece of the slide really shows you the projects that are included currently in this draft, and they're listed there. There's 5 separate projects. Provides you the location of the project, the overall funds included in the 10-year plan. The turnpike funds are included in the 10-year plan, and the year that those improvements are funded from a construction standpoint. So General Sullivan Bridge rehabilitation, the Everett Turnpike widening from Nashua to Bedford, Manchester exit 6 and 7 reconstruction, and the Bow Concord I-93 widening project. The listing here includes, because it's multi-funded, it has some federal funds with it, so the numbers here really identify the turnpike funding included in the project. Basically the turnpike portion is south of Loud Road, south of exit 14, I-89, and north of that point is federally funded. Total overall cost for the project is $375 million, and the completion date is 2033 in this draft. Also, all electronic tolling is included. Dover Rochester, which is currently under construction. That's the conversion of the Dover and Rochester tolls to all electronic tolling. That should be completed in a couple of years. And also included in the draft is the potential conversion of Bedford tolls in 23 and 24.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the TRR, what type of a grading system or what type of protocols do you use to prioritize the work as it relates to the program that you've set up?
All of the roads, we drive all the roads with a van from a pavement condition standpoint. We also do inspections on all the bridges, and through those inspections, we identify priorities to do the improvement work. So there's various levels of service and condition along the turnpike, and there are some areas that need attention sooner than others, and we try to prioritize that with the R&R program. So they're not long looking projects generally. It's a program where we identify those needs and create projects and address them in that fashion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so slide 18, state-funded programs. We talked a little bit about betterment. Again, it's 3 cents on the state gas tax. The 22-cent state gas tax raises approximately $22.5 million per year. The first 12% goes to block grant aid. There's a district resurfacing program and bridge and drainage repairs and emergency repairs and discretionary force kind of work covers the balance of the betterment work overall. SB 367, 4.2 cents on the state gas tax, collects approximately $32 million per year. Again, the first 12% goes to block grant aid. The next, and this this chart and the next table, this slide and the next table go along with one another, so you'll be able to reference back and forth here. So, from a waterfall standpoint, the next category for use of these funds is I-93 debt service. So, SB 367 provided the revenue to fund a $200 million loan to finish I-93 Salem to Manchester. And the increase currently, initially, it was used to pay debt interest only on that loan, and it'll be more evident in the waterfall chart in the next slide. Currently, through 2025, we're paying $2.2 million in interest. And in 2026, we will be paying full principal and interest on that note through 2034. The next category for SB 367 revenue is a state bridge aid program for municipal bridges. Through 2025, $6.8 million of SB 367 revenue goes to that program. And after, by 2026 through 2032, the program is reduced based on the revenue, projected revenue collections from the gas tax, 4.9 million to 3.3 million from 2026 to 2032. And then the last category for SB 367 in the waterfall chart is the TIFIA pledged paving and redless bridges. So by deferring principal payments on the TIFIA note, and TIFIA stands for Transportation Infrastructure Finance Innovation Act. So it's a federal loan program that we got into for a low interest loan to finish that construction effort. And part of the structure of that loan was that we were able to use the defer principal payments to make investments on rural roads and bridges. And so through 2025, there's about $20 million per year that's used to pave rural roads and bridges. And in 2026, that goes away. So there's $20 million that we've been investing in those rural roads and bridges that will no longer be available. Moving to slide 19, and I said this waterfall, this is what we call the SB 367 waterfall chart. And what you'll see is each row represents a fiscal year. And moving left to right, total revenue from the 4.2 cents collected is shown in that second column. The 12% off the top for the grant, for block grant aid, is shown next. The debt service on the TIFIA note is shown in the next column, and you'll see I've highlighted in red the area of this current draft 10-year plan. So for the next couple of years, we're at $2.2 million per year in debt service, and that's the interest only. And then in 2026, we start paying all principal and interest on that note. Next category that receives funding is the state aid for municipal bridges. And you'll note, again, it's highlighted for this 23 through 32 draft 10-year plan period. Actually, it's through 31 in this case, but so it begins with a 6.8 million, and as the projected revenue decreases, this is where we're going to see a decrease in the program level for funding for state aid bridges on the municipal side. So it runs, again, it begins at 6.8 million, generally matched with a 20% match by the municipality, and then it's reduced to 3.3 million in 2032, again, because of the projections that we have received from road toll collection in the outer years. Moving on.
I do have one clarifying question on the whole waterfall. It is my understanding that you're using projections that show revenue coming in over time going down. And at the same time, we're looking at the sunset of 4.2 cents and whatever that all brings into the system at the end of 34. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes. For the returning members of the committee, you'll recall that we had actually hired a consulting team who helped us forecast revenue over a longer horizon. Department of Safety collects the highway fund revenue, and they, as part of the budget process, of course, work closely with the legislature on near-term forecasts, but we had hired a consulting firm to help us anticipate how revenues will continue to decline with fuel efficiency of vehicles increasing, as well as more hybrid electric vehicles entering the fleet. So that's what we're showing in that second column, is declining revenue over time from this funding source, but then also, as you mentioned, Representative, later on when we sunset the TIFIA pledged work to start paying the principal on the loan, that further reduces our capacity to pave the rural roads.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm perplexed at the deferral of the principal payments. I don't understand why you did that. I do understand why you did it. I don't understand the logic behind it.
The department was very fortunate that we were able to take advantage of this new TIFIA program that Pete described. So if we had used traditional bonding to finish the work on I-93, we estimate we would have spent an additional 20 million or more in financing. This particular loan program, we got the lowest interest rate at that time. It was 1.09%. But the reason we qualified for that low interest rate is because we pledged to do this rural work and stretch the value of this new revenue source to not only finish one large-scale project in the southern part of the state, but also bring benefit to the rural communities as well. And so basically we're somewhat hedging against inflation. By paying interest only, the federal government rewarded us with a very low interest rate, as long as we, in the near term, were spending the money on the rural roads and bridges. And we ended up actually replacing or rehabilitating 23 redless bridges over this period of time where we've been paying the interest only. So overall, it was a very attractive loan term, and we've certainly seen the benefits across the state. And in a few minutes, we'll talk about the condition of the infrastructure. You'll see how dramatically our pavement condition in particular has changed over that period.
And follow up, Mr. Chairman. I understand that. I guess what doesn't make a lot of sense to me is you're telling us that we're projecting our revenues to drop dramatically over the next few years, and you're tagging that money on to those years. The discount you take up front for paying only the interest is going to go on the end of the loan, where we're going to have significantly less revenue. Was the interest reduction worth the price we're going to pay in the end?
As I said before, in total, when you look at the full amount associated with the TIFIA loan, we will pay less than we would have with traditional bonding. Because interest rate was so much lower, we actually saved, at least $20 million more. It would have depended on the exact rates at the time that we secured a traditional bond as to how much exactly we would have saved. But we estimate we saved $20 million over the life of the loan. Further, we then were able to do this bridge work sooner and hedge against inflation. So we were able to do those projects in today's dollars versus having to defer some of that bridge work. So there were savings from that respect as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just so everybody remembers that when we did the 4.2 cents, there was a sunset in the law that was not tied to TIF or anything else. It was just going to sunset at a certain year. By structuring it this way, the department was able to leverage additional funding in the early years for paving and bridge repair and the rest by deferring some of the principal, knowing that we were still going to have the 4.2 cents coming in, even at a reduced rate, enough to pay off the bond. But it was the only way we were going to get the interstate finished, the bridges done, and still keep any kind of revenue coming in at the time. And I was one of the sponsors of that bill, and it was fun.
The other, with regards to the date, it aligns well with the completion of the debt service on the Garvey bonds for I-93 also. So it's more, it leveled the debt service payment over time. Different color of money, but it, from an overall debt service load, it leveled that out also. So it was all well coordinated from an overall financial standpoint. Moving on to slide 20. So the state bridge aid program provides state funds to municipalities for bridges, for their municipally owned bridges. Early on, it's $8.5 million total per year with a 20% match required by the municipality, and that's through 2025. And the projection to decline to, somewhere around the $4 million range by 2032. So that's the same fund that we talked about in the previous two slides. Currently, there are 113 bridges enrolled, and initially, they were through 2029, and 65 of those are red listed or poor condition bridges. The average cost across those 113 bridges is around $1.4 million per year, just for information purposes. It's a pretty popular program. We do expect to conduct a new solicitation to add new projects in the near future, which will be wrapped into the next 10-year plan update. And as part of the draft, we have included a new program that's been proposed for municipally owned bridges, and it's called Mobile, and we're using some of the off-system federal bridge funds to fund that program, and so that's included in the draft, and we'll talk more about that down the road in maybe a work session or another presentation, but that is included in the draft, and it was something that was recommended through the GASSET process to include. Moving on to slide 21, funding eligibility. This is where we can use the money. So we look at all the road mileage, and we have Fed aid eligible roads at around 3,700 miles across the state, and there's also 1,500 plus miles of non-eligible roadways. And so this, from a funding standpoint, once the TIFIA pledge on the paving is complete in 2025, there'll be paving on rural roads will be significantly reduced. Most of our, the majority of our funding is through federal reauthorization and through the federal program, and there are many miles of roads in New Hampshire that are not eligible for those federal funds. And again, this is kind of a repeat, but the Betterment Program and the TIFIA pledge for the SB 367 exists for state roads not supported with federal aid. So that's where those dollars are being directed. And you know, that $20 million that we have that ends to go to pay the full debt service on that note goes away in 2026. And those rural roads are going to be where the reduction in work level is going to be realized. Moving to on the federal side, slide 22. So what we have in this table is a breakdown of the IIJA, which is the new Reauthorization Act on the federal side. So there's a lot of talk in the news about the additional $2 billion included for New Hampshire in this reauthorization. And you'll see that first column for the years 22 through 26 is a 5-year reauthorization. The bottom line total is a little over $2 billion. And in the upper half of that, you look, so what's included in that bill for highway programs is $1.139 billion. There's a new bridge program, a 5-year program for $225 million. There's also an electric vehicle charging program for $17 million. There's also funds for public transportation in airports. So if you compare that total, the $1.558 billion total, to what was in the previous Reauthorization Act of $1 billion, the balance, you subtract those column 2 from column 1, you get $545 million in new money. So that's the new money that we're talking about. That's available and included for the most part in the draft 10-year plan that we have here today.
So you'll recall one of the topics during the last 10-year plan update was around the revenue assumptions. So the FAST Act, our prior federal authorization, was scheduled to end. And so we had worked with both the Gasset Committee and then with the legislature to estimate what revenue we'd have in the future. So for federal funds, we had assumed level funding. And so that's why we're not adding $1.6 billion worth of projects to the 10-year plan. We already had actually $1 billion worth of projects programmed because we'd assumed level funding. And so as we worked with the Executive Council, we were really only adding the $545 million worth of new projects or adding funding to projects, et cetera. So we'll get into all the detail when we have future work sessions, but we wanted you to have that point of reference.
And just for clarification, Commissioner, when we get into the plan and the couple work sessions that we have scheduled to go over individual projects and the rest, things like the money for EV charging will be a separate discussion at that point. Okay, thank you, because I'm sure that a lot of us have some questions about that.
So when you see the 10-year plan, you'll understand what we did, but essentially we've added a program for EV charging into the 10-year plan booklet. We're still waiting for a lot of the federal guidance, and so we'll talk about that as well in terms of the rules around spending the new categories of funds. But we did establish the programs based on what we know and the amount of money that'll be available each year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, nice to see you. So as wonderful as that sounds, $545 million, if we compare that to our other states in our country, where did we fall on that?
So that's a difficult question to answer.
Oh, come on.
So with respect to the traditional highway programs, unfortunately, the Congress did not adjust the formulas. So when it comes to the core highway programs, we still receive the least funding of all of the states. In some of the new categories, we actually get a little bit more because they established a lower limit on how much each state should receive. So we received, as an example, $225 million for the bridge program, which was more per capita than some other states because there was a specific threshold set for that. But the core programs, what this committee is used to discussing with us, the highway programs, we still receive the least. And those are the programs that we would anticipate continuing beyond this 5-year bill. We'll get into all of the revenue assumptions for the 10-year plan. But this federal bill was only through 2026, so we worked with the council on forecasts for the second half of the 10-year plan. And things like the bridge program, we think those are going to be one time for this 5-year window, so we have not continued them into the future.
Thank
So
you,
over
Commissioner.
the long haul, we do receive the least through the standard formula programs.
So the second to last column there, it says in draft 10-year plan. So there, and the last column is not in draft. So there are some funds that have not been included in the draft because we didn't have information on them. And so as we learn more, those will be addressed and included in the plan. But right now, what's included is the $1.5 billion for the 23 through 32 plan. Moving on to slide 23, this gives you a little bit of flavor for the different funding categories within the federal realm of the federal highway funding. So we have primary funding for highway and bridges, and there's also some mandated federal funding. And each one of these is a different program from a funding standpoint. And it breaks out the basic apportionment, in this case, for each one of these funds for 2023. And it gives you a sense for where those programs are. There are 2 new programs that were included in the primary funding side, a carbon reduction program of $5.2 million per year, and the Protect program, which is focused on resiliency on the roadway and bridge network, at $5.9 million per year. There's mandated federal funding with different programs here, and you've heard these. These are retained. Those are the CMAQ, or Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, the Rail Highway Crossings Program, and also the HSIP, or Highway Safety Improvement Program. And the apportionments for those programs are listed here. So, as I mentioned before, each program contains specific requirements on how and where the money can be used. Many of them come with population-based criteria in them. And overall, the New Hampshire received, on average, around, at least in 2023, it's $223 million of apportionment, and it's about a 24% increase overall. We had constrained the current 10-year plan at $183 million per year on the federal side from a federal highway funding standpoint. Okay, slide 24 and slide 25. We've always included a brief discussion on turnpike toll credits in our Color of Money presentation, as we get lots of questions about turnpike toll credits and what they mean and how we use them. So we've tried to be very specific about how we explain this in this slide. So I'm gonna read this. So we earn, the DOT earns toll credits when state funds, basically turnpike toll revenue, is used to complete work on facilities that serve interstate commerce. So the entire turnpike system is eligible. And basically it goes to the expenditures in the capital program and the R&R program. And so these toll credits are earned, and they can be used as a soft match that will allow us, instead of making that 20% cash match to the federal funds, typically it's 80 Fed, 20 state, we're able to use these toll credits to effectively leverage 100% of the federal funds. We don't get any additional authority, obligational authority from a federal standpoint. We still use what we have. However, it allows us to make that soft match because of those investments in areas that aren't utilizing federal funds otherwise. And I explained the advantage of toll credits. We can use 100% federal funds when there is no state funds to make the match. And otherwise, if we didn't have that state match or the toll credits, we wouldn't be able to take advantage of the federal funds. So that's definitely an advantage. But one of the drawbacks is it reduces the overall program by 25%. So if state funds were used as a match, the 20%, the $223 million that we have in 2023 would amount to a $278 million program. So it's a 25% increase. I included the toll credit projection table in the next slide. This gets updated on a fairly regular basis. And currently, and as of 2021, there's about $195 million in toll credit balance. And the red numbers show the projections based on what we are aware of at the time that this was, as of October 19th, 2021.
At a future meeting, not right now, a certain state senator keeps bringing up a pilot program about selling toll credits. I would like that to be brought up as a point of discussion with the committee, but we don't need to do it today, and what it means and the rest. And I don't know if it's even too late for us to apply for the pilot program.
So the language establishing the pilot program was included in the IIJA that was just passed. So there is very little information available on how that program will actually be administered. New Hampshire certainly has interest in being part of the program, but there are some drawbacks, and certainly, you know, there's different thoughts around how many toll credits we should retain and why we would want to keep those balances at a certain level. The other thing that we'll dig into if we do a presentation on this topic specifically is you'll notice that there's criteria as to whether toll credits are even available in certain years. So we'll explain all of that in more detail.
So I've got a couple more slides to go through, moving into state of the infrastructure slides. And just as a review, our state roadway network, and this is on slide 27, we have categorized the various levels of roadway as tiers. So tier 1 through tier 4. Our tier 1 and 2 are statewide transportation corridors, higher volume, higher speeds. Tier 1 are interstates and divided highways. In tier 2 are major statewide corridors. The mileage for each one of those tiers is identified on the slide. And then tier 3 and 4 are more regional corridors and local connectors. Again, moderate speeds, moderate traffic, moderate to low traffic volumes. And the mileage for each one of those tiers are listed here. And many of the, I guess all of the roadway miles that are not eligible for federal funds can be found on the tier 3 and tier 4 roadway segments. So moving to the next slide. And what we've done here is try to provide some sense for how the road surface conditions are changing over time by each one of the tiers. So again, tier 1 is the higher volume, the interstates. Tier 4 are the more local connector roads. And each one of these tiers has 4 sets of data. in them, ranging from pavement condition from the 17 to 26 10-year plan through the one without the gray shading, which is the 23 through 32 10-year, this draft 10-year plan period. So again, this is every 2 years, every year, we drive every road in the state, and we measure the condition of those roads, and we assign a roughness index to it, and there are different grades in that. So good has an IRI of less than 95, and very poor has an IRI of larger than 350. And so you can see as you go from the higher volume roads, we try to keep those in pretty good shape. There's over 90% good. As you go down in tier, you see the condition, how it's changed. But what also you can see from this chart is the investment that we've been making over time, and a lot of it's specifically due to the state level of investment with SB 367 and that TIFIA pledge. You'll note that the condition has improved significantly over this time period. If you look at Tier 3 and Tier 4, overall you can see that improvement over time. So currently where we stand, Tier 1, 96% of the roads are in good condition, and our target that we've set is 95. So we've met our target. On Tier 2, 92% are in good or fair condition, and our target is 90%, and that was increased by 5%. So we've improved by 5% over the last round of the 10-year plan, the levels that we had. Tier 3, we are 80% good or fair, and our target's 80%, and that's up 4% from the last time we made these charts. And Tier 4, 62% in good or fair condition. The target's 65, and that's actually declined a bit since the last time. Overall, the statewide network is in really good shape. 80% good or fair. That's really good, and it's up over 1% since the previous round. But there's also 805 miles that are in poor or very poor condition, and those we've improved. We've reduced the number of road mileage that is in poor or very poor condition since the last round. So overall, we're in pretty good shape on the roadway side, and we need to pay attention to the outer years on the state investment side because as you see in the next slide, slide 29. This covers both road and bridge conditions. So at the top half of the slide, there is a chart there that shows miles of road resurfaced over time, and it goes from 2013 out to 2031. And in the middle there, the line that's shown changes color from black to blue. So the black portion of the left-hand side of that shows actual miles paved on the statewide network. And the blue shows what we project to be able to pave with the investment level that we have currently in the draft 10-year plan. And you'll note that we've got a target mileage of 500 miles plus or minus there. And that's what we're trying to pave any year. And so we've got about 5,000 miles of road on the statewide network. Try to get into a 10-year cycle. So 500 miles is 10% of that, and so we try to hit that. So we get on a 10-year cycle. And if we can pave more than 500 miles, we're going to keep the roads in pretty good shape. If we can't, you're going to see a decline in the condition. So overall, the conditions for the next 4 years are expected to be good, above 80% go to fair, and that's above average. In the later years, because of the reduction in miles paved that we are projecting, we're expected to decline by 30% to about 50% go to fair. And again, the tier 3 and 4 roads are expected to decline the most with the anticipated decreases in state funds. So that's, again, number of miles paved matters, and certainly we make up more ground by investing paving on those rural roads in general. Below, on the bottom half of the slide, is a graphic that shows some state, the number of bridges on the state red list. And so a bridge makes it onto the red list when it's one of its 3 major elements receives a 4 out of 1 out of 10. If it receives a 4, it's considered poor condition, and it makes it onto the red list. And bridges, state bridges, are inspected once every 2 years. When they make it on the red list, they're inspected once every 6 months, so twice a year. And this graphic shows the numbers of bridges on the red list over time. And you see that as we go from solid red to the blue dash, again, right now we're at 118 bridges on the state red list. And with the investment level that we have included in the draft 10-year plan, we expect to push that down to 91 by the end of this draft 10-year plan period by 2033.
Just one question on that projection. Is that part of a zero-sum game as one comes off or 10 come off and 2 go on? Or are we just starting with a number and saying we're fixing this number and it'll go to 91?
So we look at a number of different approaches to project how many bridges are going to come on to the red list. And we use some rolling averages over the previous 5 years. And we do a couple of things and try to settle on what we think is reasonable to assume. In some cases, in the past, we've assumed that 14 are going to come on, and 14 didn't come on. So that part of that also is it's difficult to predict how our investments on the preservation side for bridges is affecting the deterioration of the bridges in general. So we've been investing a lot of money on bridge preservation, and by doing that, we're slowing the rate of the degradation of the condition of the bridges, and thereby reducing the number of bridges that are coming on the red list. So we're attacking it at both ends, and it's been fairly successful, and I believe it's the right approach to take to make those smaller investments early, as opposed to waiting to the worst first type of approach, where it takes a lot more money to take that bridge off of the red list and to correct the deficiencies.
I guess my question is, with relationship to relative to the red list bridges, which ones are coming off as far as areas? I represent Coos County, and I guess what I'm concerned with is, are all the bridges in the southern end of the state getting more attention than the bridges in the northern part of the state? And which
I would ask that specific questions be held. This was supposed to be just an orientation on color of money and the rest. We will have 2 hearings and 2 full days of work sessions on this plan to answer those specific questions. Right now, we don't have the plan in front of us to even look at. And I understand your concern for anything north of the Notches. You and the former chairman of this committee were always concerned about that. But I think it's unfair to the commissioner to try to answer questions when we don't have everything in front of us to look at what is being done and in what year, because that's important as well.
The one thing I will say is that we strive for equity in terms of the condition across the system. So we have a bridge prioritization process. So not only do we inspect these bridges, but we're required to rank them in order of priority. And so it's not about how much we're spending in each region of the state. We want all of the bridges that are on the interstate system to be in a good state of repair, whether that's a bridge on 93 in Littleton, or we're talking about a bridge on 93 in Manchester. And then likewise, as you go down the tiers that Pete described, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, we're striving for the equity across the state in that classification of roadway, and therefore the importance of the bridge as we translate it into the bridge world. And we'll get into all of that detail if it's something the committee would like to see.
And that really concludes our presentation. There's a slide here that I identified some topics that we could cover on the next presentation. I'm sure we'll be in coordination and communication with you to make sure that we come prepared for the next couple of meetings, and we will we'll be able to answer all the questions and provide you the information that you seek.
At next week, on the 19th in the afternoon, we have the first public hearing on House Bill 2022. At that time, I would like the department to present high level of what is in the plan, adjustments that were made because of an increased federal funding, and adjustments that were made as a result of the GASSET hearings. Sort of like you did at the last GASSET hearing, that kind of level, so that we can start and that the public can hear what the broader public, and then whoever is in here to testify also understands what we're starting with before we make or don't make any changes. If that's possible.
And just so that we don't take time away from those that want to testify, how long would you like us to present for, recognizing that'll be the day of the public hearing and you want to hear their testimony more than...
I would suggest no more than 30 minutes, and then I would ask the committee to hold off on the questions to the department for our work sessions. Representative Query?
Yeah, so I had one question that stemmed from yesterday's bill hearing on sound barriers. And so one thing that arose from that was the process in which you check and see which areas qualify. And so I was hoping that the committee could get a copy of that procedure. And then also, I know that Mr. Cass said that there were some areas that we have more control over, and then there are some areas that the federal side regulates. And if you could make note of what those, where we can't touch and where we can touch, I guess, if that makes sense.
I think you're looking for the rules that and criteria that the department uses for evaluating what areas are eligible for sound barriers. Am I hearing that right?
If I may, hopefully you can hear me on the mic. What I would suggest, we can get copies of, I think what you're asking for is essentially our noise policy, which spells out the criteria and the process. That's available online, but I can certainly get hard copies here as a starting point. Yeah. Appreciate that.
And I think that would be helpful, Bill, if members of the committee could see that, because the whole sound barrier issue is not going to go away. and it's not going to go away as we go through the public hearings on this 10-year plan. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner Peak, because I missed your last name. Similar to the question that I asked previously regarding turnpikes, is there a protocol or program regarding how you grade what and prioritizing how roads get paved in the system? The ones and the twos I kind of would expect. Was kind of looking at the tier 3 and the tier 4 roads, and I was just, unless it's a broad stroke kind of thing, I just would appreciate some insight. Thank you.
So the tier 3 and 4 roads are typically funded with the betterment funds that we discussed earlier. And in the betterment law, it does describe how the funds are to be allocated across the state. As I mentioned earlier in response to Representative Thompson's question, we're striving for equity from a condition perspective. And so we'd worked with this committee in the past to have a little bit more latitude. The cost of doing business can vary across the state. And so we start by dividing the funds equally, but then we have a certain amount that is held back so that we can add funding in a particular region of the state as we strive for that equity in terms of condition. So as Pete mentioned, we drive all the roads, we measure the condition, and then we put together these paving plans, and we'll get into all of that detail at a later date with the committee. We do a 3-year paving plan of all the segments we plan to pave in each region based on the initial amounts of money, and then we level things out to try and raise the condition across the entire system.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate the equity piece, and I look forward to reading what you have. I'm trying to understand that you go out and you look at a variety of different roads, and you split the money evenly, and then you prioritize based on which bucket of money is available for a specific section of the DOT. Within, I guess I'll narrow it down. Within, just say one section, do you have a program that says we paved this particular road on such and such a date? We gave it a grade of, we went from I'll talk in transportation terms. We went from a level of service from F to D. Do you have something like that as it relates to your paving program within the sections of the DOT?
Yeah. For any segment of roadway, we can tell you how the condition has changed over time, and we also track the projects that we completed. So our pavement management section has all of that data at their fingertips. And so we also are able to assess how successful different treatments are, because we know when we last paved with that treatment and then how much life expectancy we got. Our industry has come a long way in terms of forecasting condition. Several years ago in one of the federal bills, MAP 21, we were required to start producing transportation asset management plans. So we're a lot more data-driven in terms of not just measuring condition, but then also using all of that data to forecast how the system's going to perform over time. And so the veterans on this committee will understand some of our forecasting was rather crude, maybe 2 or 3 10-year plan cycles ago, but we're becoming more and more sophisticated every time because we're collecting more data, so we have more of that information on deterioration rates.
Just a quick last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So is there a dashboard on the DOT website that has this information?
We do not have a live dashboard, but we certainly can provide you with all the detail for particular segments of road that you're interested in. We have some of the charts here today, and the committees will pull together whatever additional data or statistics you'd like to see.
Commissioner, I appreciate your candor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And I think the piece that a lot of the public has a hard time grasping is that there's the federal eligible, the non-federal eligible, the turnpike system, which can't use any federal funds, but that we have criteria being held against it by the bondholders to do certain things with the turnpike that is above and beyond what may happen to tier 3 and 4 roads. So that's a piece that we all have to get a grasp on so that we can explain it not only to our constituents, but to our fellow representatives, who really don't dig into the 10-year plan or how it's funded. They just know that there's $1 billion out there, and why isn't my road being paved?
Yeah, as we wrapped up, we showed you the condition of the system, and one of the questions we get often is, it looks like you're making great strides with respect to bridge condition. Why aren't you taking some of the money and spending it on pavements? But as we've tried to describe today, we can use federal funds even on some of the what they call off-system bridges, but we can't use federal funds on off-system roadways. And so I always say to this committee that you're really prioritizing projects within each of these categories, as opposed to looking at all of our transportation needs and prioritizing things based on where we have the worst condition, or we believe the investment should be made, because it's all got to be done in compliance with the laws around how funds can be spent.
Anything else, Commissioner?
The one thing I want to circle back to Representative Eden's question about the surplus process and when we sell equipment. The folks in Rail and Transit did circle back with us, and I was mistaken. The funding is restricted. When we sell a bus that has passed its useful life, we are able to take that money and put it back into a transit account and use it for the rest of our transit programs.
Representative Query?
I will just state, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, so I look to your guidance, Mr. Chair, if this is appropriate. I had a couple constituents reach out to me due to the ice storm that we saw last week, with some of the issues of, were we unprepared for the state of condition that 93 was going to be in, or were we really just kind of caught off guard by how bad that storm was? Mainly, a lot of people were saying, well, why did it take an hour and a half to get the road salted and gridded? Why wasn't it gridded prior to that? So perhaps clarification so I can answer, knowing that the department is tight when it comes to plowing and all that kind of stuff.
So every winter weather event is different. It all comes down to the type of precipitation, the time of day, as well as the road temperatures and the air temperatures. So we've had a lot of this wintry mix, freezing rain, turning over to sleet, and unfortunately we haven't had that much snow. It's actually easier for us to plow and treat during snowstorms. I think the day that you're referring to, when the precipitation first started, you could barely see that rain was falling. It was almost like a mist, and so we had been out treating earlier in the morning, but there hadn't been enough traffic. When we put salt out, it takes some time for that salt to break down and work into the roadway. And so as the traffic volumes picked up, it was just the worst possible situation. The temperatures were such that we had a very cold spell. The road was extremely cold, and then the air temperature was warming. And so when it started as a fine mist, I think motorists didn't even realize it was doing anything, and they were still driving at the faster speeds. So we got caught a little bit with a couple of accidents early on from individuals who just were driving too fast for the conditions because the storm was just beginning. And then trying to get our trucks through and then treat segments once you've had some accidents is challenging. Even though, when we're right at the accident scene, law enforcement can help us get in. It was just several factors, the time of day with the traffic building. And so we were out there. There's been a number of articles, even in newspapers in neighboring states. I think Connecticut experienced the same thing, parts of Massachusetts. You can go just 10 miles over, and it's a slightly warmer air temperature and very different road conditions. And so it is challenging for our team. Once we have some accidents out there, like I said, that's another hurdle that we have to overcome in trying to get to the locations. And we can't have a knee-jerk reaction and take a truck and send it to where we're hearing a report of icing, because that would leave other roads untreated. So we try to keep to our beats and our routes as much as we can. So we just ask everyone, always to pay attention to the weather. That morning, I know I stepped out onto my own driveway. It looked like it was dry, and it was very, very slick. Of course, it was not treated like our roads were. So there was icy spots in numerous areas.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, we appreciate you and the team being here. It was helpful to get started on understanding some of the changes in the funding, especially since as you were finishing up the Gasset hearings and trying to finalize the draft 10-year plan, Congress was finally passing the reauthorization bill with additional funding in it. So it is helpful for us to have a start point of understanding where you are. And as you know, with this committee, once we get into the actual, well, why is this in this year? Why was this dropped, or why was it moved back? Those questions will all come from not just us, but they will be addressed to us by members of the public, whether our own constituents or not. But it's been helpful to have you here and at least get us started before the first public hearing. And I personally appreciate it. Thank you.
And I think this committee is in a fortunate position. The timing of the passage of the bill, we were able to do a lot of the initial work with the Executive Council in the Gasset phase. We had made some assumptions based on the conversations in Congress around future funding. And so while we were programming additional dollars at the end of the process, we weren't having to program all of the new money. We had been staying current with what we were hearing on Capitol Hill. So luckily we have programmed the majority of the funds. So for this committee, it's more about identifying priorities and moving some things around. We're relieved that the lion's share of the work has been done to at least establish the core programs and get the money programmed in the correct years.
Thank you. I think that's it. Okay, for the members of the committee who are here or listening, I know some of the ones who are under the weather, we're going to listen in. We do meet next week on Wednesday the 19th. In the morning, we hear a couple of bills on road usage fees. And we will see what we do with those. And then removing a ramp toll and Hooksett, another loss of revenue, and establishing a surcharge on Easy Pass for electric vehicles. All of which we hear next Wednesday morning and early afternoon before we get into the 10-year plan. But I know that the commissioner has said that she would have knowledgeable people sitting in the back as we go through all of those, so that if there are specific questions that we would be able to ask the department, just as we were this morning on the railroad. So, Commissioner, again, I appreciate your support to the committee and the bills as they come through, because without the expertise sitting there, sometimes we could go off in a direction that would be less desirable, let's say. So I will see the committee next week. Think about what we're going to do on the rail bill and some of the others, because we do have to exec those bills at some point in the future.